Hello, everybody. Welcome to Thursday Night Heart Truth Live. Good to see you. Good to see you. How's everybody doing tonight? Happy November. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Let's see who we got here. Shout out to Tetra 5578 for joining or rejoining today. I'm not sure which. Good to see everybody. Cindy Dane. Shout out to you for being the first poster. All right. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, we got Les in the house tonight. Good deal. Our regular commentator, another one, Divino, the Italian. Shout out. Agape Love, Cindy Abbott. All right, then. I see you. All right. Divino said he got the mic. We're going to get to you. Sooner than sooner. Tammy C. Lori Ingram. All right. I see you. Katrina Miller. Welcome. First things first. All right. Please take note that I will be going out of town to Florida tomorrow. So it's highly unlikely that I will be posting a video during those days. All right. It may be as late as Monday before I can post another video. All right. So don't think I fell off the earth. I'll probably be able to check my email. But that's it. All right. So let's see. I think we covered all the announcements in the Members Only Live. And I think we are going to start out with some of the latest news, and then we'll go into my other topics. All right? How's everybody doing tonight? All right. Now, the first thing I want to talk about, because some people probably haven't really had a chance to watch the last video that I posted. And so I'm going to assume that some people didn't. Oh, and I want to give a shout out to everybody watching on replay, everybody watching from other countries. Shout out to Canada, UK, Australia, Switzerland, South Africa, New Zealand, Germany, the Netherlands, Jamaica, welcome. Thank you for watching. All right, tonight I want to start with this news about the FBI returning to the crime scene. We're going to get into that first, and then we'll just roll into other. How can I forget Italy and Scotland? Oh, the list goes on. Brazil, hungry. I know I'm gonna get it. I'm still forgetting somebody. Oh, I should have made a list. I should have made a list. Well, we know we have Italy in the house. Thank goodness for Italy. All right, let's see. I want to start with the story, and this one is, I thought this was, this is the Lewiston Tribune. All right, let's see what they're talking about. All right, let's ditch this music. All right, let's get started. Okay, I'm sure everyone has heard by now that the FBI is going back to the crime scene. Super suspect, but I'm going to read you this paragraph or two anyway. It says, and this was updated 20 hours ago. This is the Lewiston Tribune. Investigators returned to scene of University of Idaho quadruple homicide. All right. It says, because the trial of Bryan Kohberger is delayed indefinitely. I mean, doesn't that sound rough? But it's the truth. Once you waive that speedy trial, I hope you're not in a rush to get anywhere, because you're not going anywhere. You don't even know when you're going to court half the time. All right. Investigators and the prosecution recently asked University of Idaho for access to the King Road house where a quadruple homicide took place nearly a year ago. A University of Idaho news release says the FBI is on scene through Wednesday to document the house so they can construct visual and audio exhibits, as well as physical models of the home where Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, and Kaylee Goncalves were killed. All right. And then it just goes on to say that he waived his speedy trial. They don't have a new trial date yet. And look at this picture. I mean, the lot looks very bad. I mean, trash cans in front of the gate. They're not, grooming the grass at all over there. It's just, it's bad. It looks bad. It looks really, really rough. And I mean, I was kind of surprised. I thought it was really shocking to see that the property looked like this. But I guess, I mean, life goes on. People just, I guess, I don't know. But the reason for them going back in the home, they said, is to build models. So they're going to do some construction inside the home. And I was really surprised that they're allowed to do that, to actually change the physical, the insides of the house. But in order to build models and stuff, they're going to be cutting and hammering in there. I mean, you're not supposed to be able to change a crime scene. That place is supposed to be taped off. Nobody should be going in there. It's, shout out to Robin Latham, who slid in here. I'm not sure when. Didn't see you, but love you. Now, I'm telling you, you're not supposed to change. I mean, it's like these people are doing whatever they want to do. There's no law of the land. They're playing by their own playbook. I mean, it's amazing to me, some of the things that they're doing. I've never heard of anybody being able to do those things. And altering the crime scene in any way, to me, is just mind-blowing. To allow all these people in there when it's already a bunch of DNA issues. And I mean, You already have three unknown DNA, and now you got the place crawling with agents again. There's no telling if they say they found something else in the house. I wouldn't be surprised if they say they come out with the knife and say, "Oh, I don't see how we overlooked it. It was under the floorboard." I mean, is that what we get ready to see next? Are they getting ready to tell us that they found the knife in the house and that they overlooked it before, or it was a hole in the wall or something fantastic? Is that, I mean, is that where we're going? We already know that they're going to remove any part of that structure that may be a problem for their case. We already know that. You don't have to be inside the house to make models and stuff. You can use a 3D printer to make a model, and you don't need to be in there for that. I have a very bad feeling about it. I just feel like you know, there's definitely some purpose for this beyond being worried about building models. They don't even have a trial date, and so that's that shouldn't be on the top of any list right now. I just don't. If now if the defense was there, I would say it was a good thing. Seems like the defense should be there. You would think they would be wanting to take pictures of everything and document as much as they can before they change it, but they're not there. Where's the defense team in all this? I mean, they're not making any statement about it. I It's just not a good look for Brian Kohlberger's team. It's not a good look for the prosecution either, because it's from what I know from true crime, you're not supposed to alter the crime scene. You need to keep as little traffic out of there as possible. Yes, and so let me put that on there. LA, you know, they said they did 3D scanning back in November. I'm sure they did. They've collected all they can collect. And so even if they were going to make models and all that, they don't have to be inside the house doing it. So, I mean, this is bad news. And they're up to something. It's not just to They're up to something else. I'll tell you that. Other than that, they wouldn't make a big deal out of it and put the FBI out front. The FBI is in there until Wednesday. I mean, they're setting us up for something else, some more foolishness. And it's just going on and on. And that's what I expect the prosecution to do. But the problem here is the defense is not really playing defense. I mean, there there's no they're not playing defense. They're just letting the prosecution do these things. They file a couple of complaints, and that's all you hear about. If they're out there, if FBI is at the crime scene, then so should they be. They should be out there too to see what they're doing and to get as much information from that house before they alter it as they can. And so the prosecution is doing whatever they want to do, and the defense is really doing nothing, if you ask me. And a lot of people might say, well, they are doing this or that. They always run the Ann Taylor's defense for some reason. But I'm not impressed. I'm sure she's got a lot on her plate, but she traded other cases to get this one. So I felt like she was ready. I mean, that's the way she came out. Was like she was ready and she could handle this. But that's not the way this is looking. And some people even say that she's in cahoots with the prosecution to just keep this running, keep the money, keep the money flowing as long as they can, and then in the end, just hand some more foolishness on a plate and close everything up. And so, why on earth would we believe that this is just to try to prepare for the trial? I certainly don't. All right. And while we're on the subject, I want to talk about the crime scene a little bit. Okay? Let's talk about the crime scene because we've got a little bit more information now than we had before. And I think we can make more intelligent assumptions because from what I know, Ann Taylor went to the scene like a couple of days. And after that, I guess they got whatever they needed to. And she's their team is just silently, painfully silent on a lot of things. And it's not the same thing as, just waiting for the trial and building up your case. No, it's more than that. It's much more than that. And so I just really want to figure out why I think we were close. Let me ask y'all something. Do you notice how everybody ran to this Linda Lane story and just put two of the victims on Linda Lane? I even heard some people say all of them were unalived on Linda Lane. Everybody's been running to Linda Lane for at least the past 30 days. And now we have the FBI and everybody inside the house. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's looking at Linda Lane and the law enforcement is back in the house. You know why they're back in the house? Because that's where everything happened. Everybody's got Linda Lane in their mind, so they're not paying attention to the fact that we should have saw this coming, really, that they're back in the house. Because while everybody was looking up the street, 2 miles up the street, okay, they have to wiggle their way out of some things. They're gonna have to explain some things about the crime scene, where it happened. And so lo and behold, here they are back in the house. All right. That's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidence. While everybody's looking over here, that's why I said I wouldn't even be surprised if the prosecution put the Linda Lane leak out to distract everybody. Because everybody, a lot of people, I know a lot of my viewers, they somewhere watching Linda Lane tapes and theories. And that's cool, but I just, I'm not feeling that. I feel like all four of these kids, you know, met their, met their they met their demise right there in their homes. And the most I believe they will move was maybe from the kitchen or the living room. God only knows where, to those bedrooms. And then that mean they had to dust up a little bit. Look at Davino's profile picture. Such a cutie. All right, I know you're getting warmed up, Davino. I'm just trying to give the backstory a little bit before we get into this really deep. And other people, you're welcome to join the conversation. All right, and I'll drop the link in just a minute. Okay, so what I'm saying is they're back in that house because that's where, everything happened. And they have a reason why. They got a lot of reasons to be in there. Number one, the amount of noise that house makes. If there's some creaks in the boards or whatever, they can replace those. There's, probably bloodstained evidence that somebody might get the idea that they want to test later on, or maybe it's something they missed, and realize they missed it, and now they have to go back in there and cover themselves. They're not just in there building models. That is ridiculous. Okay, so we can't be distracted. And that's what these rabbit hole leaks are, distractions to keep us asleep while what's really going on is happening on the news and we're missing it. All right? We're missing the real news, chasing these fantasies. Because if all four of those kids were not unalived in that house and something happened on Linda Lane, they would be over there too. You know, whether they had to give credence to the rumors or not, they would have had to. When we hear leaks, they hear them too. And that, I think that was the biggest distraction, because I noticed a lot of my views changed and started, you know, weird things started happening. And then for like 2 weeks, everybody was in the comments in my videos saying, Linda Lane is Linda Lane that. And I was like, okay, okay, okay. I heard about it. I just wasn't interested in it. And I'm just saying, for them to pop up in the house is just confirmation that this is where everything happened. And so let's talk about um, the movement of the bodies in the house, okay? And then after that, we'll go with our speakers. I'll put the link out for whoever wants to come up. All right, let's look at the layout of the house a little bit more detailed. All right, I forgot where I got this from. Okay, this shows that the relationship between Xana's room and Maddie's room. Okay, this is the distance in between these two rooms. And Dylan is pretty much, right in the middle of them, right? And so I just think that while they're in the house doing whatever they're doing, they're going to have to figure out how to get Dylan and Bethany to testify because of that problem. Dylan, her room is literally in the middle of all of the action. No matter where the unalivings occurred, she's in the center of the home. Literally. She's in the heart of the home. And so her testimony is going to make or break. It's going to make or break, because the position of her room really, it's almost impossible for her to have been in her room and not known what was going on. Now, I suggested in my last video, and I think that'll be your first survey, is that once let's just assume that these things didn't necessarily happen in the rooms. All right. It's highly likely that Maddie and Kaylee happened upstairs, but not necessarily in their room, in Maddie's room. Okay. And same with Ethan and Xana. They could have been watching TV and eating pizza in the living room. Okay. And so if that had happened, they would have, it wouldn't have been too much of a problem to move Xana and Ethan from off that sofa into their bedrooms and then clean up, there in the den. But my question is, how could Dylan and Bethany have been? If this is the way it happened, they couldn't have been at home. I just, I just don't get Okay, what happened? Okay, here we go. All right. So it's not just the FBI there at the house. It's also um, the prosecution and other investigators. So basically, the prosecution is back at the house. That's who's there, and it's just not a good thing. All right, I see Davino. All right, let's welcome to the stage our regular guest commentator, Davino the Italian.
Davino in the house. How you doing, my dear?
Hello, hello. I am fine, sir. Thank you.
And you put a
And
voice with the face. There you go. Say it's all good.
all right.
Yeah.
What happened to your profile?
What are you talking
Why
about?
your profile picture was on there, then you took it off.
I didn't take it off. It kicked me off or something. It happened.
You hide it
I
from
don't.
us.
No, I probably have to go back and fix it. I know because all of a sudden I lost sound before I even clicked on the link. I don't know what happened. I have no idea.
Oh, me either.
It's all
Okay.
good.
Well, welcome, welcome. Good to hear
Well,
from you.
thank you, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for supporting the channel.
My pleasure.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Sorry for the
And
delay. I've been so swamped, but yes.
that's all right. That's all right. I am certainly grateful.
I'll
And
see you around this weekend.
all right. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. I just been doing a lot of people's restructuring their business loans and things like that. But other than that, I'm good now. All that business is gone. So work is off to the side. Now we're in the chat. Now I'm on the stage. I got the mic, and who else is going to come in and battle me?
Okay, well, I'm sure somebody's gonna
It's all good.
come in.
How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I couldn't be better. I'm thankful.
That's good.
Yes.
You said
Okay.
you
You
said
may
you were
have.
going to. What were you saying?
No, you're right. Go ahead.
You said didn't you say you were going to visit Florida?
I am. I
What
am.
part?
Orlando.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Nice.
Yes, we're all meeting up there. All the family is meeting in Orlando.
Well, you have a nice time.
Oh, I will, and thank you
You
very much.
deserve it. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Listen, let's see. I want to begin with your opinion of why the prosecution and the FBI are
Yeah.
back at the property.
That's the most craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
I've never heard because first of all, the jury has to see that house. They gotta be. They really should have the right to walk in that house, to walk through the house, to inspect, explore everything. They have the
Right.
right to do that. By them going in and doing this, they're gonna tamper with everything. God knows what they're gonna try to change or whatever the case may be. It's not a good sign. It's definitely not a good thing for BK. And yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of anything like that where they want to make a 3D model or something like that. That house looks so creepy now than what it looked like before.
Right.
And what really, you made a good point in the chat because you said they didn't even maintain the property. So that's what I was telling you before. Like they almost pretend like this doesn't even exist. Like it never even happened. Like these people were never, no disrespect, were never on this earth at one time.
Right.
That's really not cool. But
It's
them
not.
showing up but the FBI, I mean, what do they have to do with this? I mean, that just doesn't even make sense. It's almost bad you think like they're somehow involved. It's this whole thing is getting crazier and crazier by the minute.
Right. You mean desperate, more and more desperate by the minute for both sides, if you ask
Yeah,
me.
I do. Because Ann Taylor has lost her strength. She don't even talk anymore in the courtroom. And now it just seems like it's just either more of the state than anybody else. I mean, I don't even hear her even say anything. She just sits there like with her hands folded and like, what do I do now? why did I even take this thing on? Why did I think I could take this case on?
Okay.
This
Hold
is way
on.
bigger than I thought, you know?
Yeah, hold on. Let's welcome to the stage another regular guest speaker, Leslie Glassford. Applause, please.
Who's
Hey,
this?
Davino.
Hey, how you
Yes.
doing?
Leslie. Hey, I'm
Hey,
just joining the
Leslie, how you
conversation.
doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up,
No,
Davino?
not much.
You look just like your picture.
Oh, you're so
Like
sweet.
your
I'm just
voice
having my
matches.
espresso and drinking a glass of wine while I'm talking to you, Lay. So there you go.
No, I finish your thought. I was gonna
No, go ahead.
comment afterward what you were saying about
Oh,
whatever
about
you
the
were saying.
courtroom and that? Yeah, it
Yeah,
just seems
yeah,
like
about Anne.
the defense has lost their strength. Intel just sits there with her hands just folded, like, oh my god, why
Yeah.
did I take this on? What have I done? I mean, this has gotten more bigger than I thought it could be. And then the prosecution is, I don't know. They just seem like they're being they're speaking a little bit more, but I don't know. It's to me these preliminaries are just a joke.
Yeah.
Nothing's getting resolved. They're
That's
just
right.
stalling. They're just stalling. And honestly, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leslie. Go ahead. Yours.
No, I'm listening to you. I didn't say anything.
No, I'm just saying, like, and like even with that Ashley Banfield, which I can't stand, and no, but anyway, she's like, she's totally against it, a bit against BK. But the way this is going right now, and then they're at the house and they're doing this 3D model thing and bada bing, bada boom, and all this stuff like that. I mean, it really looks bad for him now because now they can almost come up with anything, they can pin on this guy. That's bad. And then the
Yeah.
courtroom, the courtroom is even worse because no one's saying anything. And you got that judge who's a Pagliaccio, where basically he's a freaking clown or a buffoon, pardon my French. But basically, it's a waste of time. It really is. Because nothing is getting resolved from both sides.
No, it's a big clown show.
It is.
I don't know what I missed today. I know, did I miss something that happened today? Was there a hearing?
Nope,
No,
not
not
really.
today. Because,
Okay, it was
no.
yesterday when the I
Yeah.
remember months and months ago when they talked about tearing the house down. I
Yup.
was like, no, because I had just watched the Murdaugh trial where the jurors were, if you guys are familiar with that, after the trial, the jurors said that going to the scene of the crime made all the difference for them.
You
That
got
that's
it.
what made them vote the way they did. And I mean, I've been listening and watching true crime forever, and I've never heard of anything like this. And I think we're all just like shaking our heads, trying to pick our jaw up from the floor. And
Yeah.
it just, what makes me mad is that the people in charge who are pulling these shenanigans, they
Yup.
know that it's obvious. They know that people are going, what the hell? And they're getting away with it. So they don't even try to hide what they're doing
They're
anymore.
just as bad as they are.
Yeah. But I
Okay.
mean, it's like
Davi-
it's
Davino
like the devil.
Davino
Huh?
said something that he was saying that Taylor has lost her strength.
Yeah, what
I,
is up with that? Like, what? I thought she was so big and tough. Like when I heard, that he got this attorney, all I heard was that she was amazing. That she was like the what, that she was so rough and I expected a lot from her,
Yeah.
a lot.
right. But I'm gonna tell you what happened. What right
You
now,
tell.
I really believe that uh somebody's get ready to be at the end of their rope, either the prosecution or the defense.
Something's gonna
One
break. Yeah.
one of them is getting ready to be at the end of their rope. This is a desperate move by the prosecution, a sneaky move, and this is a reflection on the defense also because they're not doing anything about it. They're not protesting it. They're not at the scene with them, as far as I know. And
That's what
so
I'm saying. Yeah.
it's pitiful on
Exactly.
both sides. But uh, either the prosecution is at the end of their rope and they're tampering, is getting ready to just run them into a brick wall, or the defense, something's gonna come out on Koberger, or something's gonna happen to
Yeah.
where he runs out of gas. One or the other. But
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some crazy things growing up in Brooklyn, and I'm not even gonna talk about it. But I've never seen anyone going to a brownstone or an apartment or or a row house. I mean, and they do a 3D model. I mean, you would have a jury go in there first to look at the scene, it depending how serious the case is. but they have the right to go in there. I've never heard of anyone doing this. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Well, one thing that it does is a lot of the evidence is not going to be any good anymore, or it shouldn't be any good.
Exactly. It's going to be tampered with. Exactly.
I don't think they're going to call
evidence. The chief.
I don't think they're going to call it though. They're letting them in there. They're letting them in there, and that property looks like pure. You know the word I want to use.
That's what I was telling you about before. It's like they pretend like nothing even happened. I mean, that's so disrespectful. It's horrible.
I didn't know.
That's horrible.
They're totally unconcerned. And
they are.
They went from that's 360. You go from tearing it down to now you're in there talking about you building stuff. I think they might even come out and say that they found the murder weapon, or they found DNA or whatever. They're going to the limit until the bottom falls out, and it will fall out. If this is a bunch of house of cards, then it's going to fall. But they're still pressing forward like a bulldozer with this fake evidence. Next thing you know, they'll be telling us they found some more DNA in there, and it's Bryan Kohberger. They found a knife under the floorboards. It's got Bryan fingerprints or DNA on it. It's going to be something, because the prosecution is the ones digging around in there, not the defense. So that's bad news just right there.
But from day one, why wasn't the defense protesting? Why weren't they objecting to this? I mean, from day one, they were like, "Oh, we don't care. You can have the house." And I was like, "What?" I mean, that's just nuts. I mean, the prosecution is going to do everything they can to back up those statements in that PCA. You know, because if the jurors were to go in that house, they're gonna know that everything Dylan said supposedly was a lie.
Yeah,
and they know it wasn't possible.
Yeah.
You can't tear down a crime scene before the actual trial even takes place. It's impossible.
Let me ask you all this.
Yeah.
Do you think Ann Taylor is her performance is intentional because she's in cahoots with the prosecution, or is it that she's, a reflection of her qualifications? She's making honest mistakes, in other words.
Well, I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, I don't know her track record.
Right.
But from what
it's supposed to be good.
Right, from the start, it looked good, and now it just looks like she's just sinking to the bottom. I don't know. Unless it's just a good act, she should get an Academy Award.
She's not sinking. She's collecting $200 an hour.
Well, yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I never heard of any public defender ever making an amount of money like that in my life.
I tell you what sealed it for me when I really started thinking that she did not have Bryan's best interest is, okay, the judge is saying that when her motion to dismiss was filed too early. Are you telling me that with her expertise, she didn't know
that? Right.
Good point.
Like, nah. There's no
she's just only in it for the money. I'm telling you right now. I think that's what it is. Because if you look at the relationship that they established in the courtroom, there isn't really a relationship. And you could just see a lot of just tension between the two of them.
Yeah.
And it's just, believe me, she's not communicating with him on a regular basis as she should be. So.
Okay, let me ask you all this. All right. Yeah.
Bring it on.
Do you think that Ann Taylor might be really just sitting on her duff because she believed Bryan did it?
Yeah, I thought about that too. But I don't think this is one person. It's impossible. There's just no way.
Well, maybe she thinks he did it with some other people.
That's a possibility. Yeah, I'm not ruling him out 100%, but I'm just saying that I just don't think one person was involved. That's all I'm saying.
I was thinking.
If it's true that he said, was anybody else arrested? She might have asked him about that. And then an attorney has a gut feeling about the client's guilt or innocence when they first meet them, basically. So, I mean.
And I was wondering the same thing. Like, I was in my head thinking that she believes Bryan is innocent. I've been thinking to myself, well, does she know who did it? Does she know who really did it? And she just can't say, but she knows it wasn't Bryan. Does he know who did it? Did he tell her who did it? And I'm starting to, it was like 2 weeks ago, or maybe even last week, I made a comment. And I said, I'm putting it on the record. I don't think he's guilty at all. And now I'm starting to just waver a little bit that he might have been a part of it. And that's the first time in a
He
year
could be
that
an
I've,
accessory. Yeah. And this
I mean,
definitely was a conspiracy. Yeah.
can't
yeah,
rule it out because it could be possible, but he's not telling on the rest of them.
that's true.
It could be
Right.
that he knew about it, or it could be that he was the driver. He never went in the house. They had to plant something in there to get him.
Well, that's a possibility. I'll give you that. Definitely 100% of that.
Necessarily have to actually go in the house to be involved or to know about it. And so the other three, they probably know who they are. Maybe the other three DNA is how they caught him.
I
But that's what I
cannot.
was saying. But
They're all
yeah.
friends. Maybe they're all friends.
Yeah. But that's what I was saying that before. I said, you got 5 cars in the driveway. What idiot would want to just walk in a house with all those people home? I mean, by himself and try to pull something like that off. You got to be out of your mind.
Right?
That's why I believe that whoever did this, they were already in the house hiding, and it was just the element of surprise.
All
I
right.
just think whoever did this knew that house well.
Yeah, they knew it. Well, Leslie, they found some kind of a diagram in the backyard.
Really?
Yeah, this was in the beginning. It was some kind of a drawing they found. They showed it. I have to go way back and look for it, but it was found in the woods. So it's like they had a layout. They had a whole blueprint right there for murder.
Right. I heard that too.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute. I just
And then there was a
remembered.
glove. There was a glove.
That was the best one yet. And retired detective walking with his wife.
Chris Madonna. Yeah.
Right, and he somehow stumbles upon it, and everybody else there on the property didn't even
Right.
see it. Come on, knock it I'm seriously, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
we
that was
knew
pretty.
that this was going. We should have known this was going to be a circus show when we saw.
Oh
it.
yeah,
Show.
Yeah.
You guys talking about
Play
a
action.
diagram. You know that.
Hello.
I think we just lost her.
Blank.
She's
Oh, there
here.
she is. She's back.
Huh?
Yeah.
She is
Um,
back. Continue. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, Bubbly Waters had a video a long time ago where she was showing TikToks from the family that lived in that house,
Yeah.
and they had that diagram in one of their TikToks.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else saw it, but it was creepy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that
Yeah,
was a
it
real
was like
thing.
it was on a small, like a little 8 by, well, like almost like a little bigger than an index card or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was creepy. I mean, the way that whole layout was like, and that was a pretty good drawing of the layout of the inside of the house. But I was like, wow, that is really weird.
Yeah, they had Dylan's room like pointed out. Like I just thought it was something somebody made after. I
Yeah,
didn't know it was real.
it was real.
Ugh. Mm-mm.
No, so they didn't talk about that anymore, did they?
No. If I hadn't watched her video, I wouldn't even know.
No.
Well,
You know
I'll
what?
tell you
I
one
just,
thing.
yeah. I wonder also in this case if somebody had so much dirt on so many people that they were going to expose them, because things like that can cause things like this. And rather than going forward, they had to, keep them quiet,
Right.
because that would make sense too. Not
that
only because of the rugs and everything else what we talked about, but God knows what else, what kind of dirt that people had on each other, or one person might have had on a bunch of people, and that alone could have set it off.
Right. One thing that we have to think about too, though, is the way that those kids were, the homicide. The injuries.
Yeah, that's
Just
the mystery. Yeah,
somebody could have went in with a firearm, one person or a group, and got it done. But why did it have to be this way?
because it was revenge. Because it wasn't personal. This was something that, like I said, it just wasn't amateur. That's all I'm gonna say.
See, I don't agree. I think it was personal. I don't think you and I are thinking along.
All
the
right.
same lines though of who did it. I only think it's personal because of how vicious it was on Kaylee
I
Yeah,
think
in
she. Yeah,
particular.
I would
Somebody
have to
hated
agree
her.
with.
she
I would
had
have
her head, she had her face crushed in. Yeah.
I don't believe that it was personal because of the fact that 4 kids' uh, lives were taken. If it was personal, how could they have something against all 4 of them?
But she
I
was like
mean,
overkill. I mean,
oh,
But yes,
yeah.
but
I
the
mean,
overkill.
her
I
face was crushed. Like they couldn't even recognize her, and God knows how many times that she was stabbed. They said like 54 something, 50 whatever. I don't know what it
mean,
was,
they
but that's
examined
overkill.
they didn't have to do all 4 of them. If it was one of the
Yeah,
parents, then it could have just been that person's child. It didn't have to be all 4 of them.
right.
But
That's
the
what I'm
fact that
saying.
all
That's why
4 of
it
them
wasn't
died so
personal. Yeah,
brutally, I don't think it
right.
was personal because of how many it was. I mean, this was mass homicide.
Well,
This was somebody endeavoring to go and commit mass homicide.
I just
You know
think
what's so weird though, and the whole thing is they never actually showed you pictures of inside the house after the actual massacre took place.
I don't think they're gonna show us either. And that leads us to not this point that I'm getting ready to go to, but the next one, the 911 call.
Yeah, I don't know if it even happened because then how would the cops know to show up at the residence?
Let me tell you what happened. How I see that. I feel like nobody ever called 911 for the kids.
Exactly.
Okay,
right.
somebody called and said there was somebody fell out. They claimed they fell out. I
Hmm.
don't know. And then they called and said that that person fell out. There was no. They don't have a record of somebody calling and saying, "Hey, we have some kids here that are deceased." So that never happened. That
Right.
they and then so the person that fell out, all that could have been planned.
Oh, for
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
that was just a
Faking.
way to call 911 and with some foolishness, instead of going on record saying we found 4 bodies,
Yeah.
just you know, I just it's hard for and if it went down like that, then common sense Dylan and Bethany knew not to be at home. Okay, for them to for it to be that wicked that the planning went down to the 911 call. Okay, how are we gonna get the police here? It's 12 o'clock. Sooner or later, somebody's gonna have to come out here. And so this was what they came up with: is somebody passed out and blah blah blah. And
Well,
so
maybe they
everybody
were
got to
afraid
take
if
their word for it.
they were afraid if they called 911 that somebody would accuse them of snitching. So they had to, make something dramatic happen.
Well, that was some drama, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Somebody ran and passed out. You
See,
didn't.
I don't believe no one ever cleaned up that scene. I don't see how
Oh,
that would have been possible. I
No.
mean, eventually when they had the cleaning crew came in, yeah. But I'm talking like before that. I mean, there's just no way. I think they were trying to clean up other things in the house, if you follow me. And
Right.
well,
yeah.
why weren't there any bloody shoe prints though? If they didn't
Well,
like clean up,
that's the question
you
because I
think
wonder if that actually was. How can I explain that?
the
Uh
latent
But
yeah.
wouldn't that be evidence of cleanup? The fact they had a latent print.
that is to me
Do you know how long it would take to clean something like that? I mean, even professionally, you're
Right.
eight
talking like
hours.
an entire day to do all that.
I don't think they cleaned it all up. They probably just cleaned it up from the places where they would have had to
Exactly.
admit that it didn't happen in those rooms.
Or they just wiped around where the footprints were, just like smeared them. That's what I thought.
I
Literally,
think that, yeah, when these took place, I think that these things took place right out in the open in that house. I don't believe nothing took place in these bedrooms.
and
I think they just went on a rampage and just, forgive me for saying slash, chop, whatever, and that was it. I mean, that's what I think.
Yeah.
I think so. I think if literally 1 out of the 4 was unalive anywhere other than in the room, then Dylan and Bethany would be in jail.
Right. And if those windows were closed because it was 28 degrees outside, they didn't have any windows open. Um, no one could have heard anything. It's impossible.
No, I don't think that the ring.com picked
No,
up
I don't believe that.
out
No.
of the house. And I mean, God only knows how long they were in there. They had until 12 o'clock.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that I don't think this happened 1, 2, 3. I think what happened was this probably lasted about an hour or more of forgive me for saying, but pure torture.
Yeah, and it could have been rape before torture.
Yeah, it could have been,
How
but
would we know?
yeah,
How would we
yeah,
know?
you don't know. You don't know.
They've hidden that from us before. Okay, so I mean, as
They
far as
could have done some brutal
yeah,
things that you don't even know yet. But yeah, I mean, from what they describe, for what they claim, what happened to one, and we heard about the other. I mean, if that was part of it, I can't even imagine what else happened prior to that, or as it was going on, because that must have been just absolutely, mayhem. You know what I mean?
well, I don't think Ethan's wounds match the rest because
No,
he wasn't sexually assaulted. But even though you really can never tell now, but the girls, it could have been Xana and Kaylee were, and that's why their wounds and the fingertips and stuff was
yeah,
worse than we don't see that with Ethan.
yeah.
And maybe they ran, they didn't have time to get to Kaylee or whatever the reason was, but sexual assault usually is a part of these types of crimes. You know,
Usually, yeah.
it usually is.
If
Okay.
it's involving someone with a higher up, oh yeah, without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah, because they know once they finish, they're gonna unalive. So who's gonna tell? Who's gonna know? It's just I get to be more of an animal, than just taking the person's life. I can violate them first. That's a bigger rush than to just come in and with the knife. That's just some added sadist, if you ask me.
Sadist, heinous, inhumane, yeah. You
Yeah,
all three, yeah.
and I mean
With
it's
pleasure
bleeding
too.
over. It's bleeding over after the death. When you look at how the property looks and stuff, it's like the disregard is continuing after they pass, and that's what's creepy to me.
Yeah, I would love. Forgive me for saying. I would love to walk in that house, and I mean, I know as creepy as it may sound, but just I don't know, just to see maybe I don't know, maybe something I don't know. I'm just saying, like if I had to, they let me do it, I would. Um, as that may sound creepy, but I don't know. I just something like that would I don't know, kind of put me in that moment or something that maybe I don't know. You could pick up on something.
Maybe.
I'm not saying like yeah, you
I know
know,
one thing. Ann Taylor it seems like her mood has changed. I don't
yeah,
know why, but
exactly.
maybe she found out something. But she is not. I mean, it's like maybe she could do more, but I mean,
I think she's giving up.
I think she's looking at this from a perspective with more information than what we have. I don't know. Maybe Brian's behavior is disturbing her. You know, if you had a client accused like this, you would expect them to be erratic, saying,
Yeah,
hey, I can do this. And are you sure you know what you're doing? And blah, blah, blah. You know how people carry on when they
you
get
know
charged with something.
they had a doctor or a psychiatrist or psychologist analyzing his behavior in the courtroom, and some of the things that they said. I mean, about him, his hand gestures, the way his body language.
Right.
I mean, now it's kind of like what Leslie says. It's almost kind of like turning the other cheek now because it's not 100%, but it is a possibility that he could somehow be involved in all this.
I mean, of course it is. We can. That's why I have this up on the screen. We're gonna talk about this next.
Yeah,
What there and when your own lawyer, okay, Tanya said Ann Taylor is still fighting the fight. Okay,
yeah,
well, that's a different opinion. But when you just that was a big step to tell those people that you waiving a speedy trial for this man. She's a
yeah,
woman. I don't know if she's a mother or not. She went with her son in jail for 4 years, 5 years, waiting on a trial. If he had
yeah,
absolutely nothing to do with it, she came out strong, saying no connection and blah blah blah, and subpoena and Bethany. And after that, to me, it's been downhill from there. Because there's nobody's throwing out anything, and so it's I just feel like there's a change in momentum there, and from her perspective, the only reason I could see her doing that is if she knows something we don't know, and she feels like he's gonna be convicted regardless. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he start telling him to take a plea deal.
Yeah,
Oh
I
God,
think
hope
that's a
not.
good point. Yeah, I mean, but it just seems like I mentioned this before. I mean, we're talking about the jury. I mean, you want to talk about being biased? I mean, seriously, it's just like they're like just anti BK 100%.
Yeah. Well,
And unless they really have someone that can really turn that light switch, to the opposite direction, they can make them say, "Wait a minute, now we didn't think about this or think about this." But that's the only thing that could be a huge issue for him as far as in this trial because
the jury has to like the defendant or feel some kind of sympathy
yeah,
for him
I
or
don't think
some
they
kind of
have no feelings for him
they see him
whatsoever.
when they see him posing like Donald Trump, that's not
Yeah.
going to work well. And I'm just being honest
No,
with
he's only being detrimental to himself, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's mocking
my
the judge. He's mocking the court. Yeah.
if just the way if I was a juror or an attorney, I would
Yeah.
expect somebody that was wrongfully accused to show some kind of emotion one way or the other because you didn't do it, and how dare these people put it on you. You'll be like, where you get me from,
Oh man, my nostrils would be flaring. I'd be sweating, and
and it seems
I've been thinking more and more like about what you said about his yawning, like the audacity, and it's like, and that's I literally I've thought this before, and we've all joked about it. But are these people acting? Is this just a big show that they're literally putting on? None of this seems real. It's
it turned
too
into a
bizarre.
show, didn't it? It
It's
turned
just
into,
too
I think
bizarre.
it
These
did.
things don't happen. These
I
things
think
do
it has
not
turned
happen.
into a show. They already made up their mind. Chief Fry said they're not looking for anybody else, and he's
Yeah.
100% sure this is their man. And so maybe they feel we got him. We might as well make something out of it because you know he's going down for it. I mean, that's probably how they're talking. Drinking beer and clicking the glasses. Yep. He might not give us the other ones that was with him, but we got him. And sooner or later we're gonna put the heat on him enough to get the rest of them. We're gonna make sure he knows there's no light at the end of the tunnel for him to see. We're gonna snuff it out, and I believe that's another reason why they're inside the house, continuing to build a mountain of a case against him. That he
Yeah,
and
because they ain't got nothing right now.
it's like
Yeah, because if they cleaned up that scene, what else do they have?
well, first of all, they have him in custody, and
Yeah.
he's been like you said, he's been a detriment to himself because over time, people's emotions change quick. The same
Yeah.
people saying, uh, you know, Brian is guilty are now saying he's being set up, and the people that said Brian is innocent are now saying, hey, he's been in there for a while. He's too willing to do all of this time. He's not showing any emotion whatsoever. We don't see any humility or any show of I'm sorry this happened to these kids, but it's not me, man. We don't see any of that, and so over time people will change their perspective. And once the public turns and says, go ahead and convict this guy, there's just, we don't like the way you built the case, but there's something about him and he's not giving us what we need to be able to go to sleep saying he didn't do it. So go ahead and convict this guy. You got to convict somebody. Let it be him, just because they don't like him. And seemed to me like he would know that by now. Because OJ
Yeah.
Simpson sat up there looking pitiful, like he was about to cry through the whole trial. And then when they said something against him, the prosecution, he was sit up like, "Oh no, that's not right. How could they say that?" You don't see any of that with Brian. He's gonna have to play his role better. What you think about that?
I think he looked bored. He looks like he just doesn't care. And
Okay,
is
that's
he
disrespectful
do
too.
huh?
That's disrespectful too.
Exactly. And do I think he was set up? Absolutely, 1,000,000%. A lot of this has to be because none of it makes sense. But That's what I'm saying. Are they all acting? Are they all in on the joke?
Well,
Oh, I
Because it
think,
don't make
yeah,
sense.
I
have to
think the whole universe knows.
he didn't have to be
Yeah.
set up. He could very well have been the driver, or very well been the one that planned it and let somebody else do it. Claim he knew how to do the perfect murder. You know,
Mm.
he could be involved 4 or 5 different ways. So it's
That's
not
true.
necessarily written in stone that he's been set up. That's why he needs to be careful how he carries himself, because what comes out is cute and admirable at the beginning. Boy, he's strong. He's taking this well, and boy, they can't break Brian. That's going to turn into suspicion after a while, because human beings, by human nature, we're emotional creatures, and some emotions you can't even control. You know, so
I think that's
he
why a lot of people were speculating on whether he was on the spectrum because nobody could figure out his expressions or whatnot, if he had autism or whatever. But we never heard any confirmation on that.
well, he may have some type of behavioral issues, or even mental issues, but that's arrogance and a touch of narcissism to pattern yourself after Donald Trump, and you in a quadruple homicide, and you saying you don't even know these people, you just been straight out falsely accused. We expect a little bit more outrage from you. Donald
What are you
Trump
talking
is,
about, Donald Trump? Like the hand
yeah,
signals?
that's Donald
Oh,
Trump's move.
yeah,
That's
that's true.
Donald Trump all day long.
See, I think he's enjoying the attention. I
Mm.
think he's enjoying all this because he really wasn't popular before, and a
Right.
lot of girls pretty much didn't find him very appealing. And now he thinks he's like some kind of superstar or some celebrity. He's enjoying this, but what he's not thinking about is when he's in that courtroom. I mean, everything he does, it's being seen, and you know that can just ruin him.
Yeah, Terry Slew said OJ had high powered legal defense.
Yeah,
BK has a public defender, big difference. Well, if he had high powered legal defense, then he didn't need to put on the show that he was putting on, because he had, the starting lineup sitting there at the table with him. So, I mean, that was either that, or we could say they schooled him and told him, you have to look like this is bothering you, and, that this is an injustice. Maybe they prepped him like that. And now I could see it that way, but he didn't need to do all of that, but he did, I guess.
Well, I was thinking about Casey Anthony. Everybody knows she's guilty of sin. I don't care what anybody says. Everybody knows it. She had Jose Baez, and he put on, such the dumbest defense, whatever, for her, and the jurors fell for it. I mean, that's who Brian needs. He needs somebody like Jose Baez will just go up there and make you believe nonsense. He needs somebody that cares about the defense. And you would think Ann and her team would have told him, "Hey, sit up straight, don't
yeah.
yawn, look emotional," or is he just incapable?
Well, he should know that. He's a PhD level criminology student. He should know that. That coming out like, this is a a match, and a chess game, and he's gonna win because he's gonna,
Well, that's what I'm wondering too. Yeah,
and that's how he's coming off.
Well,
You
does he know something we don't? Like I'm saying, there. I mean, he obviously he does, but I'm just saying, like, there's got to be an ace in the hole
well,
somewhere for him for them to act like that.
one thing he knows that we don't is whether or not he did it. But
Right, right.
what we know that he doesn't is that the prosecution is playing dirty, and so there's nothing that he can depend on to build his case, because they're not playing it straight. So you could go. It's the Innocence Project is evidence of innocent people going to jail. So
All the
whether he did
time.
it or not, he can still be convicted just by little small things. You know how many times the jurors have come out and said we didn't like, I didn't like him. I didn't like him, and he look. That's how they got Wayne Williams. He showed out on the stand, and they were like, we were shocked. His demeanor is what convicted him. His demeanor. And so, Brian still has to testify. If he gets up there talking like a college professor and with no emotion and just, yawning in court and stuff, see what the verdict is gonna be. See what it's gonna be if the jurors don't like him. If
That's if there's ever a trial.
yeah, they do. They're building models inside the house, so to me, they get ready to put on a show. You know, when they say cameras in the courtroom, they're gonna put on a show. They're gonna give us a show. But
Court TV, yeah.
Everybody's gonna get a pocket full of money, you know. But I don't know. I'm bothered by some things on both sides. But some of the things I'm bothered by on the defense side, it doesn't have to be that way. You know, it doesn't matter what attorney Bryan Kohberger has. He's gonna have to tell those, even if he had Geragos, he's gonna have to tell him the same thing, that his battery was dead or whatever, and he was out driving and nobody to corroborate it. That's not gonna change, regardless of who his attorney is.
Yeah,
that's not gonna change. So, you know, and if he had some kind of disorder, seemed like his family would say, hey, you know, our son don't even have all his marbles. Y'all need to let him out of there, you know, and produce some paperwork to prove, you know, he was on disability when he was younger. You know, his check was paying the rent. You know, come on, tell us what it was, you know, and help him out, because his demeanor is a problem for me right now. You know, at first I was like, good, he's not talking, he's not saying anything. But since he put on that suit and
I know, right? He thinks he's like some kind of like I don't know, some kind of, I have no idea, but he just thinks like he's like some important figure.
Yeah, they put him on that suit.
So I was talking about it, like it's not like hair. Right, it's not like a Barini suit, nothing like that. But at the same time, he thinks he's part of the. You know what? I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So,
like he's part of the legal team instead of defendant.
Right, exactly. Maybe he's thinking. I don't know.
I'm just saying the vibe I got. Don't make me.
Y'all crazy.
No, I think it's the wine. No, seriously. I mean,
he's gelling his hair.
I know, gelling his hair. But you know what's funny though? Because there was a bar that I remember in the beginning of all this, and one of the girls said that, you know, he was a creep or something. He said some obscene comments to her or something, and they put him on that list or something. And then this guy, he thinks he's a stud. Oh my God, Mamma Mia, that's hilarious on that one.
Y'all wrong for that.
Listen, he's getting letters. He's getting letters. He's getting letters from these girls saying, I love you.
Hey, I emailed you my letter to him, Miss Joy. I already emailed it to you. I already let you know what it said.
That was mailed. He hasn't written back to me yet. I'm really ticked about that.
Right? That was my 85th letter, man.
Yeah.
I was like, let's go.
Okay, y'all get ready to send him to the squad.
Well, I sent him a music clip of a Jailhouse Rock, so I hopefully he liked it. I don't know, but just kind of cool, you know.
Oh my God! If he only knew that we were making jokes about him moonwalking, breakdancing, and doing the Jailhouse Rock.
I know, right?
I'm hearing plenty of jokes right there in the jail, because I know.
I'll never forget the beginning of this case when you were talking about how he didn't get his preliminary trial and how disappointed he must be because he didn't get to break dancing.
I know.
In the courtroom. And I said, no, he got to moonwalk across the prosecution table.
There you go.
I remember that.
He would have fell flat on his face.
Well, I told y'all he was gonna do it, and he thinks he's getting ready to do it. But now you remember the second time Bryan came into the courtroom, he had on that orange shirt, he had a cut on his chin, he looked like he had been through something, like maybe they had kicked his butt. And now look at the difference in his demeanor and his dress.
Rico Suave.
And he's laughing with the bailiffs. I mean,
he's a Teflon Don now, I'm telling you.
Okay, let me ask you this now that you say that. Do you think maybe he's losing his grip a little bit because of this? Like mentally, you know, that could be a sign that he's kind of losing his mind.
I think he believes that he's gonna walk out of with a Hollywood contract. That's what I think.
So?
Seriously,
But I know
well,
he's thinking Hollywood. But do you think he's confident that he's gonna leave up out of there?
yeah, I
Yeah,
do.
for sure.
I honestly, I believe he honestly feels like he's going to be 100% exonerated. I do. Yeah.
I mean, that
Maybe
was
you're
what he
right.
said at the
'Cause I don't
beginning.
think I would. I don't think I would be yawning in court.
Right.
Unless they have so much there that they're not, exposing yet that it's going to come out at trial. It's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, so my question is, I'm gonna ask y'all because I pay attention, but I also have a job and stuff too, like all you other people, so I don't catch all the details. What happened with the IGG? Like, did they say that the police and the FBI didn't do anything wrong the way they went about getting his DNA? Did they rule on that?
Okay, could you say it one more time
Oh,
now?
sorry. So with the IGG, what happened in court regarding the IGG this week? Was it just that they said, no harm, no foul, nobody did anything wrong in getting the DNA?
I doubt they said that, but hold
Well, I
on. Let
think
me.
that's what the defense is arguing against, or correct,
Well,
arguing
that's what
about was,
I didn't know if
yeah,
there was a ruling on it because I saw somebody had put a title on their video like we won for the IGG, and it was like, or a win
yeah.
for the IGG, and I'm like,
The
what
only thing
happened?
that win is that they get some records. That's the win.
Oh, okay. So it's for the defense. Okay. It's a
Yeah.
win
That
for the defense.
yeah, they're gonna finally supposedly here.
Yeah, after
They
she
filed
asked
some
nine
motions
more
of dismissal.
times.
It's like, next, next. It's like a deli. Take a number. That's basically what it's like because nothing's working in their favor right now.
Yeah, they're gonna get. Hold on, I was trying to pull it up.
When do the jailhouse rock?
Oh my
They
God.
they're do some discovery. That's what the
Yeah.
big waha is.
Oh, that's
Um,
it? Okay. And
but
then I'm gonna ask another question before I get off here. Gotta take care of
Jailhouse
some stuff, but I'll be
rock.
listening. All right, Mr. Elvis over there.
Sorry about
Um,
that. Yeah. I'm
no,
sorry. Go
it's
ahead.
funny. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. So, as far as the motion to dismiss, okay, I think that if Ann Taylor was really working for him, she could have picked about 800 other things to put in her motion for dismissal.
she had 24,
Something,
right?
do what now?
She had 24, right?
At least, yeah, that's right. Right. So, I mean, but something that, like, okay, the car wasn't his, or the car in the picture obviously was going the wrong direction. Stuff that we have been talking about for 9 months. Something very, very obviously compelling. Because
Okay,
her, go ahead.
this is what I say to that. If Ann Taylor had the understanding that she needs to have, that there's no way in heaven and hell this case is not going to trial, she wouldn't even wasted so much of her time on the grand jury indictment
Right.
because okay, you filed a paper as a formality, but to make that your fight and waive the speedy trial, when you got this young man here and you need to get him out of that jail, you don't. I mean, it's like if I knew it was going to trial, she should know. And I don't say that to be arrogant or whatever. I'm just
Yeah.
saying how things should be and how they really are is usually two different things. And
Exactly.
just because they should throw out the grand jury indictment, just because it wasn't done right, and she does have ground just because they should, if they're not playing by that playbook, and you see they're not playing by that playbook. They haven't. We just read the PCA, you see they're not playing by the legal playbook. Then don't waste your time there. You're gonna have to play this. She's gonna have to play this off the cut because playing it by the book, step by step, and they're not doing it. You get left behind like that.
Well, that's my question. Why didn't she pick something better?
It
When
wouldn't have made a difference. It wouldn't have made a difference because they're going to trial. There's nowhere in the world he's not going to trial. So if they wanted to have a preliminary hearing, they wouldn't have brought the grand jury up in the first place. the purpose of the grand jury was to stop the preliminary hearing.
And I don't see how that's legal. That's
But to
just
have the
crazy.
FBI involved, that's pretty serious right there. I mean, the FBI doesn't get involved in most cases, but this is
Mhm.
interesting. I mean, Idaho, it's not even really on the Moscow, not even really on the map, if you know what I mean.
Right.
That's what's odd about this whole thing. You know,
There's so
it
many
just,
layers, I think, that we just
yeah,
don't
exactly,
know.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Well, this is my next question. I want to talk about Bryan Kohberger's alibi, and I want to ask you, this is on the screen, this is the route that they said that he took from 4:50 to 5:26 a.m. Now, from my perspective, either these phone pings are some good or they're not. These right here, I'm not talking about the ones,
Right.
you know, anything before here. I'm just talking about from 4:50 to 5:26. Now, his alibi just happens to be that he was driving around.
Yeah.
Okay, he could have said he was home asleep or whatever, but I guess they would have been able to pull his car on camera in that parking lot if they have cameras there or something like that. So he
Right.
couldn't say that. But I want to know is him saying he was driving around to say, is he eventually gonna say yes, he was driving through Blaine, Genesee, Uniontown, and Pullman, but he didn't have anything to do. Is that what's coming? And is that what changed Ann Taylor's momentum? Because remember, when she gave his alibi, that's right about the time that it seemed like she started falling off.
Like she gave up. Yeah.
It's really not an alibi. You think about it. It's just basically. I mean, I've taken drives before too, but that's not really an alibi
No.
because an alibi really has to test exactly like, oh yeah, they were with me, or that really doesn't prove anything except the only thing I can prove is that he was actually physically in those locations, and he wasn't actually near that house when those things transpired. That's the only thing that could save him. But I mean, it's really not really an alibi. You think about it.
Okay, what if these are his movements? Would that change your opinion?
If he wasn't near Moscow,
These movements that are on the screen, if this was Bryan Kohberger's movement for real,
right?
hypothetically, would that change your opinion at all?
Well, yeah, because he's not near. Well, I mean, my only biggest concern is that he's closer to. He's got Blaine, and then you've got Moscow. Yeah. Well, I could just possibly just say that he might have had something to do with it, but if he was over in Pullman, if he was over, that's definitely, yeah. I mean, Pullman's like 15 minutes away, right? Like 10 miles. I don't know. But it's not an alibi. You're just driving around. An alibi, you got to have actually like, someone that can attest that they were with you, or that's what I'm saying. There isn't no physical of an alibi. It's just his word against. That's basically what it is.
Right.
But are
right.
you asking that if he really did take that route, if that changed our opinion on his guilt or innocence? I'll be, yeah.
How would it
I
change?
mean,
Definitely had something to do with it.
yeah, but just because what was he doing in that area? I mean,
Yeah, at that time, especially at that time in the morning.
yeah, he wasn't grocery shopping there,
It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to leave my apartment. I'm going to take a ride to Moscow at 2:30 in the morning and just see who's around. I mean,
Mhm.
it just doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Well, he said he was driving around from 3 to 5, I guess, or 3 to whatever. And so, to me, to get to that area by Blaine,
Yeah.
he didn't have to pass through Moscow, but he had to at least pass by Moscow. And so I think at this point the coincidences will have piled up too much for me. Because if these phone pings are actually his movements, then that would kind of validate some of the other phone pings that they claim and they have. You see what I'm saying?
Definitely. Yeah. It makes strong argument.
These phone pings might be some garbage they made up, and just stuck it on the paper because Opie did this on his
Yeah.
own. And so this could have just been something he concocted after he learned about Cass. But on the other hand, he said he was out driving around. So I'm just wondering, is it going to come out later on that he was driving through Blaine, Genesee, Uniontown, and Pullman? Because I find it strange that he didn't say where he was driving around.
But that's true because your life is on the line.
Right.
Your life,
Driving
not
around where?
right. You would think you actually would have everything as detailed as possible to cover your whereabouts.
Yeah, you could say where you were, and it's up to them to prove that you didn't drive. You could say you drove through Washington, some area that doesn't even have,
Right.
but landscape. It's up to them to prove that you didn't drive that way. Why
But
can't
those
you
things,
say
yeah.
where you drove? You're not. It's
But
bad enough
Bethany,
you don't have a witness.
But
Bethany
those pins were
supposedly
near that
knows.
location. Yeah.
What does Bethany know? Supposedly that's where they were going to get their corroboration was from Bethany's
Supposedly
testimony.
they actually said that Brian and Zana's sister, they were good friends.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what came out. Yeah, they claim it. They know it. They were good friends. Yeah.
Well,
So
so
I don't
much
know.
for no
Actually, y'all,
connection to the victims. I thought they had no connection.
what did I tell you about
That's why I
Carl
don't
and
believe it
Brian?
either.
Nope.
What was that?
Everybody laughed at me when I was saying that if Brian was interested in anybody out of the Idaho 4,
With Zana.
it would be Cara, because those young girls, 20 and 21 years old, are too young for Brian. Okay.
You think he was going for her mom?
I think that if he was over there to buy pills or drugs or whatever, the only person that those girls would be too slow for him. That's why I never believed that
Too slow for him?
yeah,
Like not
they're too
street
slow for him.
smart.
Right.
Yeah, but
I think
Xana
they're
didn't
too
have
slow
a
for him.
Xana didn't have a relationship with her mom for the
Not
last
really.
who knows long. So she didn't have any. Her mom even said she'd never been in the house. Like they hadn't talked in so long. So I mean,
You might have known Xana, her sister, and her mother. I wouldn't be
yeah.
surprised at all because of his drug history, and that's another thing. Brian is innocent and whip out a pistol, and you don't want you to say nothing about Brian, that crew, but they don't want to hear it. But he had a drug history,
He
heroin.
did.
That's not like smoking weed. That's heroin. So
Yeah.
that's why I say he's not as slow as and he did it in Pennsylvania. I could see if he was from some small town in a small place where hardly nothing ever jump off, but Pennsylvania. I mean,
So he
come
had
on,
street
man.
smarts, is what you're saying. He has street
Right.
smarts.
So I just
Yeah.
don't see, after somebody has that kind of background and drugs and stuff, they hang around somebody that can afford to buy some drugs. Not somebody where they gotta be the one to buy it for them,
Right.
younger person.
They don't want a freeloader or something like that. Yeah.
They want somebody that knows where to get it, and somebody that got a few dollars or can get some credit, with that. So
Right.
that's why I don't put Brian with any of those girls at the house, because they like kids to him. I mean,
Yeah, they don't think they would have liked him at all. I just don't believe that. No.
I don't
I
believe
think
them either, because I don't think
He was a loner. He didn't have friends. I don't think he was a very social person. And
he had friends, not many.
well,
he had it's a picture of him with a whole bunch of guys when he was younger, when he had that mohawk or whatever it was. He was
whatever. Yeah.
There was a picture of him like at a restaurant with some friends being goofy. I mean, I think that his friends don't want to come out and say they were his friends, but like we've only heard one side of Brian, that so smart and arrogant, and I'm sure he was arrogant too. But I'm sure he had a lot of other qualities. And as far as his drug history, I just know, like, from a lot of things in my past, I don't know how you can move to a town and within 4 months be hooked up with that level of drug dealers. I mean, that's
because to really know,
it don't take
you gotta know the connections of the connections of the connections of the connections,
Yeah,
and
but
just doesn't happen overnight. No.
No, it
Not only that,
doesn't. I
but these
mean,
people, and I'm going to be as discreet as possible here, that it's a level of trust. And if they
exactly.
don't
And he
know
was an
you,
outsider.
right, and you vouch, they don't. That doesn't mean nothing to them. It just doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
mean,
take long to run up a tab though.
that's true. I was going to say
Well, if
there's
you
a
have the
different,
cash, that's a whole different ballgame, and it's like, hello there, I'm so and so. You know what I mean? But the odds of that, I seriously doubt it.
yeah, I don't think, but I mean, we have to remember his drug history. He was like 17, 18 years old, and then he went to rehab. Well, after he stole his sister's iPhone, maybe that's what
Nuh-uh,
made him turn a leaf. But then he went to
nuh-uh,
rehab, and that was it.
nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Remember the girl got on camera and she said she
You
saw
think?
Brian, I think at DeSales University or one of those colleges he went to, and he was telling her how he wanted to get clean, so he was still using in college.
I
He
don't
didn't stop.
believe anything that came out of any of those so-called sources' mouths. That girl that would I don't believe any of them.
Well, she was very credible, and she said that Brian told her he wanted to get it together, and he did. She didn't just speak down on him. She told her straight up. She said,
Oh, you talking about the TikTok girl, the first one that came out?
This one I made a video. She said,
I can't stand TikTok. Oh, God.
she
No, I mean
said
the first one that said he was a family friend and she saw him last time. Yep, at a wedding, at a
no,
wedding
no,
reception. No,
this is a different girl. I made the video. I just have to find it. And
yeah,
I got her talking in the video. She said they were in college and he said he wanted to get himself together. And then the next time she saw him, I don't know if that was the wedding, she said he was looking good and he had done it. This is what the girl said.
well,
Looking
I'll
good.
tell you, I
Stop.
have. I've watched every one of your videos, but it's been a minute. So if I don't remember something like that, I'm sorry, but I
I
believe you.
don't even remember which one it is.
What, 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 what baffles me is that he's in Pennsylvania. What the heck made him go 2,000 miles out to that particular college?
Could be
That's
to
what.
do some dirt, get away from his family.
But he
When people
said for the shopping. What guy would say that? I mean, come on, you got to be kidding me. You know what I
no,
mean? I'm going out there for the shopping.
no,
Unless
he
No,
you're
he said.
unless you're Fanuka Pastui. I'm just saying, but you know what
No,
I
he
mean.
said that
Yeah.
was why he was in Moscow instead of Pullman. Was
right,
that
right, right,
that day? Is because the
Right.
grocery shopping was better.
right,
Because
right.
yeah, they
There's a
have
good
vegan
answer.
grocery store.
Okay, before I got a few questions about DMVia, but before we get to that, why
Yeah.
don't we have any evidence on camera of him being stopped by a policeman in Moscow, the one stop that they claim they have?
Oh
We don't have
yeah.
any footage of that. We don't have any evidence even of them stopping him. It hasn't been leaked. We had a stop at WSU where he pulled into the crosswalk, but we have yet to see any proof of him being stopped by Moscow police in Moscow.
I don't know about that one. I didn't even know about that one
Probably
at
because it
all.
doesn't exist.
I mean, they're claiming it. They claiming it in the PCA. They're claiming it. They're claiming that Officer Sergeant Corporal Duke stopped him over there by the grocery store, 11 something at night, and I'm just wondering, is that real? You know, they it's in the PCA.
I
Yeah.
didn't read the whole PC. I just
Well,
listened to the.
they said it's two traffic stops. Lady that stopped them at WSU, they went on and leaked that when they got their money. And
Right,
so
right.
I would expect that whoever, that they would have leaked one in Moscow, but no, not so far. Not so far.
Just like the elusive 911 call might not exist.
Well, I
It.
don't know. Do y'all think that Dylan and Bethany are going to testify at the trial? And if so, what do you think? What can we expect?
I
Wow.
got what's chat saying? I haven't been able to look at chat.
What's that now?
I said, what's chat saying?
Um.
Oh,
Well, don't worry.
I'm asking.
I mean, if they are subpoenaed 100%, but I don't know. That's
I'm saying they're gonna plead the fifth.
really?
Yeah, that's always been my concern with Dylan, because I figure like Ann Taylor would like tear her up on the stand. I mean, that's the impression that I think we all had. But if she has a right to plead the fifth.
Yeah, they do. But I mean, isn't DM supposed to be the star witness? How is she gonna do that?
I'm just saying, I don't know. Maybe I watch too many court
Court TV.
dramas.
No, that's a good thought though. I mean, if DM pleads the fifth, what would that mean for the prosecution? They don't
I
have
mean, yeah, that even happened. I never heard of anybody even doing something like that, really pleading the fifth. I mean, because to me, if you're pleading the fifth, it's not saying that you did, and not saying that you didn't. So you're like almost, and you're like right in the middle.
It's saying
Yeah,
you don't want to be involved, and
yeah.
that's
True.
reasonable. That's
That
reasonable.
That's
means
true.
that means you know something.
Well, then she could be what, a hostile witness for the prosecution
Yeah.
Yeah.
if she doesn't really want to testify, but they're making her.
Well, she
So
may not want to testify because she probably fears her life.
yeah,
Well, they probably can't stand up under cross examination.
See, I
hmm
think this entire school knows exactly what happened,
for
but
sure.
they're not talking, and that
Yeah.
they know if they talk, you know what's going to happen. So that's my answer to that.
But some of these kids got to be psychopaths, or somebody's gonna crack. Seriously, how can all those kids like not ever say anything? Like, I'm pretty sure, just a gut feeling, not I'm sure, but a gut feeling is that Xana's sister knows what happened.
Yeah, and forgive me for saying this, but I think, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but it almost seems like the entire school hated them because,
Why say that?
well, because if you watch these interviews, like when it was on Dateline, it's like they almost look like they were just like acting. But you know, the one Chinese, I forget her name, but she never looked eye to eye with him. She was always looking away all the time, and either that she knew or they didn't really like him.
Right.
You know, they said they were all like them. You can say whatever you want in the media until you actually really talk to each one of these students. That's a whole different ballgame. But I don't know. It almost, forgive me for saying, I almost feel like the school is kind of glad that they're no longer here.
Hmm.
Wow. Well,
I know that's a strong thing to say, but that's what I believe.
well, honestly, you have a point there, and I want to just piggyback off something else that we were talking about before. And then another thing I wanted to ask is, in this game of cat and mouse, okay,
Yeah.
let's assume Brian knows something, or he was the driver, and think, or he is involved in some kind of way. First, they'll convict him and put him on death row, and then he'll start the appeal process. Do you think he can handle death row while he's in the appeal process?
Oh, he's eventually going to crack, I think.
Yeah, that's what I
And
say.
I think and then he's going to probably attempt, you know what? So I think that's going to also happen.
That's what his aunt said.
Yep. Most people can't do it.
It's either that or plea bargain. Do you think he'll eventually take the plea bargain after some time pass? And
Well, if he takes a plea bargain, then we know right there he's guilty.
yeah, but he might
Or
say,
he's
"Well,
part of
let
it.
some time pass." He might say, "Let some time pass," and people will understand because they're like, "Well, he's been in there a long time, and they don't seem like they're gonna give him a fair trial, so maybe that's why he did it."
Maybe he'll be in there long enough before his trial that
Yeah.
that the real killers are exposed. Maybe something will come out
Yeah,
during that time.
or maybe he'll
Something's,
snitch.
yeah.
Maybe he'll go
Something's
on.
going to come out. Something's
Oh yeah,
definitely going to come out.
yeah. It seems like there's a lot of snitches in Idaho, so I mean that would make sense.
Well, they say that's where they groom the informants in the police report in Moscow.
Yeah.
In Moscow. So
I don't believe. I just don't believe what Dylan said in her statements that she heard. It's okay. I'm going to help you. I don't buy that one bit. The only people that would say something like that would be like a first responder.
Officer.
Yeah, I just don't believe. No, I don't trust that one cop that was at the house that kept showing up for those noise disturbances, as he claimed when Kaylee came outside. And yeah, that guy looks pretty shady. But I just don't buy this. The things that she said what happened that night, what she heard and how she described all that. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I thought she was playing with her dog. I'm like, okay, sure. And then they're all getting butchered. And yeah, I mean, come on, what are you talking? It just didn't make sense.
Okay, well, do you think the jury is gonna believe Dylan If she gets up there and
Yeah, she puts a good act on. She will. They will. Yeah.
you think so?
Yeah.
Well, if they can see through her soul, no. But if I'm serious, I mean, I could just look at that picture. That is one of the evilest pictures. That is so creepy. The last picture I still like to know who took that picture.
Right.
That is a really. You wonder whoever took that picture couldn't have involved in this whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. But look at her eyes looking at Kaylee in that picture.
Right. That's what I said.
It's like it's pure hatred.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that if she sticks to the story that she, in the PCA, I don't know how anybody could believe it. Putting themselves in that position to open the door 3 times, yell,
Yeah.
shut the F up, and I saw
Yeah,
him
that was the
walk
best
by.
one. I
And
love that one. Yeah. She supposedly said, shut the F up. And then, okay, you've got a bunch of supposedly in that house. You think they're going to let her live? Come on. Are you kidding me? Oh, I know there's another one home. Okay, we're going to go take care of her now, too.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
Does anybody know if that was leaked or the officials changed the story in the news?
If that's even true.
I think it was on Banfield. I think a News Nation said it, actually.
Yeah, somebody was putting it out, though. They were putting it out there for a minute. That she said that, and then when everybody start checking it, then they stopped saying it.
The whole mystery to this entire thing is at the food truck that night. The behavior, the way she was looking at her phone, she was texting in a very rapid type of way.
Right.
And didn't look like she was comfortable with that or something. And they left pretty abruptly. There was just a lot of clues in that, but I don't know what it proves, because once they made that left turn, you didn't see him anymore.
Right.
I'm amazed they didn't show any other cameras from that other side. They had them. They showed them like walking, or they got in a car or something.
Now let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think that the white car is involved in this case?
No.
It could be a white car, but I just don't think it's not a launch. It's not a launcher though.
I think the white pickup truck is, for some reason.
Oh, definitely. We talked about that, Lizzie, because if you remember, they're walking the beat tonight. Forgive me, the sidewalk, and they're walking with it's Kaylee and Maddie, and I forget who was walking. Yeah. And the white truck's in the back.
Right.
In the background, and it's like it's looking out or following them, and like watching where they're going. It's like, because they were on their way to the grub truck where they were walking down the beat.
Right.
And that's what, like, okay, here's where they're at now. I'm just saying, once you guys get over there, possibility, I don't know, but
am I correct?
It's 2 candidates for the white truck. The officer Rosendahl, I think.
Yeah, I think that was his truck. Yeah.
And also, Kapaka's father had that type of truck.
Am I correct that it was also in the Banfield video, that it was like in the background going down the street while the 3 guys were being talked to?
Yep, there was about 5 or 6 people walking through.
No, I meant the white truck. Did they show it like kind of going up the hill around the house?
I don't remember that, but I remember there's about 5 or 6 people. If you look in the back at when they had the people on the field, that was kind of interesting what was going on, and they just started having to walk. They weren't walking slow; they were walking at a decent pace. But
yeah, they were like
that was kind of strange. Yeah, like they're walking like in a group. I thought that was weird.
Yeah, it's weird that they totally ignored that.
I know. That was really weird.
Okay, now I want to change the subject a little bit here. I want to go to the fraternity Sigma Chi, okay? Because we've heard so much about some of the stuff they were doing, and they were saying that Ethan got in an argument with somebody there, and I think it was Robin that said he probably was ready to leave, after that. Do you think that the fraternity has anything to do with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow either they were involved or they just know about how it all gone down.
Yeah.
Do you think that what's his name, the one that went to Africa, Jack Showalter, Do you think he had anything to do with it?
Well,
Yep.
it's kind of strange because his parents is the one who hired were responsible for the cleaning crew of the house.
You right? That's
That's
true.
really, really odd.
That's true. That's true.
He's
And
not even there, and then they bring over the cleaning crew. It's like, wow. And then why would you go to Africa? Out of all places, why would you go to Africa? It's just
they were
kind of
asking
strange.
for DNA.
Huh?
I said when they start asking for DNA, he got up out of there.
I know. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people were cleared way too quickly. Yeah. Surprised they didn't try to expedite him back, but they didn't do that.
But I didn't even know that they had a mobile station set up that was taking people's DNA in the beginning. I didn't even know that.
Me neither.
And
Neither.
Mr. G let it out, and then that's when he said that when they were testing everybody, he wasn't tested.
And Mr. G doesn't find that, strange. He isn't pushing on that.
Okay, well, he said
I
that's when
think that man strains himself.
that's what he was saying. He said that he thought that they were being cleared too quickly, and that's when he said that Jack wasn't DNA tested. And
Yeah, but you're driving your daughter's car after she was just brutally murdered. That was kind of weird.
Okay, and then another thing we were trying to figure out was if Diem and Bethany have cars, because we know their cars weren't there. I think that would make a big difference if they had cars and they weren't there. That's not good. Now, if they didn't have cars, then common sense, they couldn't have had anything parked out there. But I mean, if Diem and Bethany had cars, and it seems to me like Bethany would have a car, because I know out of all of them, I know her family wouldn't have had any problem providing her with transportation.
Well, Dylan's boyfriend had a black truck. I don't think Dylan had a car. I don't know what year she was in, but I know when you're a freshman, usually on campus, they don't usually allow you to have a vehicle.
But they do at Idaho, because I called and asked them. And she said, yep, and started telling me where to go get a parking decal.
Wow.
Yep.
They didn't do that at Rutgers. I know that. They let me at Rutgers. I didn't have to wait.
Usually they don't let the freshmen have cars, especially unless you live off campus and you got to drive to school. But
right.
But they I called University of Idaho and asked them if I could have a car on campus as a freshman, and she started talking, boy.
That's interesting. Wow.
Mm-hmm. So they could have. I don't know if Bethany. Somebody was saying Bethany got pulled over in Pullman and got a ticket for speeding. Or something
what's also weird is that I never really heard of a freshman and a. Well, I want to say as like a senior, but it's kind of weird. It's like talking like in high school, but to be living in the same place, because that's very odd. Usually they don't. That's strange. I never heard of that, because usually freshmen in the upper class they don't want them around.
Right.
And that's true, to be seen with them, because it was like that, in high school, and it's the same thing in college, because it kind of ruins their social status.
Well,
so I thought that was kind of strange.
In the sororities, they mentored the younger ones. Like they called them bigs and littles, I guess.
Right, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Miss Joy, can you not? I mean, since you're the investigator, and I wouldn't know how, can you look that up somehow to see if Bethany was pulled over and got a ticket?
I've been looking for it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would love to know. Even then, we wouldn't know if it was actually her car she was driving unless we could actually see the citation. But I would love to know if she had a car, because that's just, the ones that survived are the ones who didn't have a car there. That's kind of crazy.
That is it is. Yeah, that is weird.
They didn't have cars there. They're still alive, and calling the police, that was some drama. And to me, that speaks to premeditation. And premeditation, what? Why couldn't y'all just call the police and tell them that, we got something here that's awful? What's the problem with calling the police? If you didn't do it, you still saying you were in the house. Why not just call the police?
Yeah. I'm not buying the hyperventilating stuff either. I'm sorry. You run outside. You're not. If you were hyperventilating, you'd have a hell of a time running. I'll tell you right now. Because you would. You can't even breathe. So how the hell are you gonna be running if you can't breathe? I mean, it didn't make any sense. Yeah, no, I don't buy that whole thing one bit.
Right. And why, I'm just saying, they said the door was hanging wide open at 8:30 in the morning. And so somebody had come and gone. And so
Yeah,
I just, I hate, I really hate to say it, but they maybe they know something, or something is not right with those two. Something's not right. And I have tried to exclude Dylan 6 or 7 different ways. But just where her room is in the house, the only way it all makes sense is that Dylan and Bethany weren't even in the house, and these testimonies they're giving are just concocted
mm-hmm.
to help build a prosecution's case.
Yep, it's a possibility.
Because that man, Mr. Thompson, he's used to having plea deal after plea deal. I don't understand why all of a sudden now they're building models inside the house and working towards a trial and all of that when the goal is usually a plea deal. Isn't that supposed to be the goal?
To get them behind bars anyway, yeah.
That's it.
It's not going to confess. You want a plea deal, which is the same thing, or what they call it, the Alfred plea, where you don't say you're
Yeah.
guilty or innocent, but they have enough to convict you.
Right.
I think a lot of people might end up being surprised. I'm already surprised at how long Brian Kohlberg has been in jail.
That is a shocker.
I'm surprised that that he doesn't have an alibi, along with the fact that we don't have his phone records. And I'm surprised at his demeanor, that now all of a sudden this is a Hollywood show instead of a trial, instead of coming in looking like you had a rough night and that you can't even do county jail, less more, some hard time. You coming in like, you can do a dime or 10 years, 20 years. I'm just surprised at all of that. Is it just me, or the longer this goes on, the less things look good for Brian, as far as somebody that just was picked to be picked on, got his name out of the hat, and now he's the guy that did it. I mean, certain things wouldn't be if it was just that clear cut that, they just found him and pinned it on him. It's got to be more than that. Just by how he's acting. I'm not talking about the prosecution. I'm talking about the DNA. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about his demeanor and how when they waived away the speedy trial, no problem. We're gonna ask for 6 months to prepare for a preliminary hearing, no problem. Sure, fine. Now he's smiling. Remember, we couldn't even get a smile. We got a quick 5-second fake smile. Now he's smiling and joking and stuff. It's something wrong upstairs. I'm telling you.
That guy was born on the sign pistachio the nut, if you ask me. But
something is off. Something is out because.
Go ahead.
I'm ranting. I need somebody.
No, you're fine. I don't know how I got the impression that but I did get the impression that when Taylor told him,
you all right, Davina?
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I just put some eye drops in my eyes. That's all. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah. No,
what the heck is that about?
We know. No, I got the impression that I guess when Ann Taylor told him, we're going to have to waive the speedy trial, that he put up some resistance, but then he went ahead and conceded. And then, like, the judge, he looked somber to me when the judge asked him, "Hey, on record, are you sure that you're agreeing to this? And do you understand what it means?" And he said, "Absolutely." And I just thought he looked really stoic, and I didn't notice anything wrong with this behavior until you point out the yawning. I would have never even noticed. So
I don't think those match. I don't think saying absolutely and looking stoic match.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not gonna say absolutely.
He looked like he was about to cry.
But he said absolutely.
He did, if that doesn't go in his favor.
He said it like more like, like absolutely, like I know what I'm doing. It just looked like to me like he was upset, but I could have just been reading into it because I write 85 letters to him every
Yeah.
Yeah.
month. So I mean, you never know.
Well, I
Wow.
sent the one 86, but yeah, I
Yeah.
got
Well,
you
we
beat by
cut
one.
that
Yeah.
out. I know it's some that are writing them letters.
Y'all
'Cause
know I really don't write him letters, right? It's
yeah,
just
but
a
it's some
joke.
that do. It's some
Well,
that's
I
right
do. I do.
in
Yeah.
our viewership. In our viewership, in there talking about how hot he looks and how good his gel looks in his hair. It's all writing them out of
Who
this viewership.
who said that the other day? Was it Blah said
I
yesterday his
couldn't,
hair
I
looked good?
couldn't remember, but it's no telling. Talking about his gel and his hair looks so hot and perfect and stuff. And I'm like, we're supposed to be talking about the case and that.
Well,
And
you
then
never know. I mean, Brian Koberger maybe he voted the sexiest man alive next.
it's
Who
just
Oh,
knows?
thinking about a killer,
the sexiest
a
man still
psychopath.
alive.
And if
Sexy, yeah, for now.
Well, I tell you what, if he ends up convicted and there's hard proof, I'm not talking about a sham. I'm talking about he's convicted straight up from the evidence and whatever put together right. Well,
Yeah.
then they better start looking for other cases because he didn't. If he came all the way to Washington from Pennsylvania and took
Right.
out more people, then it's
Right.
no telling what he and his
He did
friends
it
did
in Pennsylvania. Right.
at home because sometimes people, who they really are doesn't come out until they're in their 30s or 40s sometimes, so I mean they might have always had a fantasy to kill or do whatever, and it doesn't really come to fruition until they're older, and especially getting that far away from your family, that'd be the time to do something like that because you don't want to do it right around your doorstep, you
Right.
know. And
You
he
know,
packed, he was ready to come home and enjoy the holidays with his family.
Right.
A lot of confidence. He hasn't shown in any way that he, was worried about police being on his trail before he left. And if he did, I can't see it.
well, maybe he wasn't worried about it because I was gonna say because he had no idea they were suspecting him. But I just recently learned that he was questioned over the phone right before he went home for the holidays. He was already
Yeah.
questioned about it.
Is he in
So
PC over there? Is he in PC in county?
all I know,
Yeah.
I don't know what
Yeah.
that
They
is.
say in isolation in his
So
own cell.
so
Yeah.
that's so. I mean, he was questioned like once by was it Payne and once by the FBI. So I mean, I don't know. I'm wondering
Well,
why we
Yeah.
haven't. Huh?
Yeah. When he
well, his,
was in when he was in Lotte County up in Pennsylvania, was it? No, what was I forget what he was in? What jail was he put
Lata
in before?
County is Moscow.
I'm not the one up in PA before he
yeah.
was expedited.
The
I mean,
Poconos.
there was inmates and they want to kill him. And I can tell you something about inmates is that they know if someone is, you know, involved in something or whatever the case may be. Um, I mean, he was getting death threats all the time, so I don't know what that was about.
But you brought up a good point. The inmates do know whether somebody did something or not. You know,
Yeah, they
I mean,
do.
it takes one to know one. And then
Yeah,
they
but
see stuff on the street that the police may or may not know. So those inmates, if he was in isolation, they'll be telling him, man, you going to the chair, they're gonna put you in front of the firing squad. You better take a plea deal and save your life. That's probably how they would talk to him if they ever
Yep,
get a chance to see him.
I don't
But
know, but I don't know much about inmates. I know that a long, long time ago, I
I do.
went to jail for a very small offense,
Do it.
and
Do
from
tell.
yeah, and from
Now it comes
jump,
out. I knew there was something about
yeah,
it.
I'm terrible. I'm a bad girl, but
Hey,
from
I visit some
jump,
of my family up the road. I'm not even gonna go there. But I'll tell you, that is no fun house. I'll tell you right now.
what I'm saying,
You
it was
you
a
walk in there,
long,
yeah,
long time ago.
you feel like you are nothing to these guys. These guys are, yeah, these guys are real McCoy.
I was
Um,
gonna I was
yeah.
gonna say I was in jail, not prison, but from the second people looked at me, they were sure I was a cop. I was there. They were
Uh-oh.
always accusing me of wearing wires. I had to be put somewhere by myself because people were so sure that I was a cop and a snitch, and that wasn't true. So I mean, sometimes people are just sitting in jail or prison waiting for fresh blood to
Yeah,
come in,
that's true.
you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And especially if they know you're innocent, they're gonna mess with you more.
Well, they're gonna
So
say, well, everybody says that, they're innocent. Do you think the Innocence Project would be interested in his case because it's so
no,
high
I'm just
profile?
saying. I'm just saying you can't go off the behavior of how inmates treat a person. That's all.
No,
Right.
no, I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't
I
think.
agree with that too. I
I
think it
don't,
would be better for Brian if someone would have actually came onto this case as a pro bono, that actually having maybe her. Something tells me they would have probably really dug deep and really done their due diligence beyond doing their due diligence, and they probably could have been a better choice, in my opinion, than her.
okay, I'm gonna tell you something about that. I told y'all I predicted probably in the first 10 videos. I said if Brian Kohlberger is innocent, then it's a higher chance that a high profile attorney will come and take his case over pro bono. And
Yep.
Mhm.
so far that hasn't happened.
Yeah,
Because
that's
I
true.
mean, you have to look at that too. Because I was like, this is kind of how you'll know. And no, Mike Garagos, he said the case is terrible, but he hasn't stepped up to take it either because he could have, And
Yeah.
Yeah.
he probably don't want no parts of it for a reason, I want them to, I want the real culprits to be done. And if they don't know who did it and this guy didn't do it, let him go. If he did do it, I want him to slip so we can see the truth. I just want to know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that's a
Same.
good point.
Regardless,
Well, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get off here and go back to
No, you're not. You're
chat.
gonna hang on because I
No,
want to know
no.
what you did.
Oh,
don't tell
The
me
cat's out of the bag now, sister. All
man,
right.
I was busted doing a drug deal. I mean, buying
No,
from
it's. I'm.
somebody.
I'm just messing with you. You don't have to tell
Oh,
me
I
you
don't
nothing.
ain't no
care.
drug dealer. You are not a drug
I
dealer.
was
Wait a
not the
minute. So you
dealer.
do know Brian. So you do know Brian.
I
There
know
you go.
Brian from.
No wonder
Okay.
you
I know.
wrote 85 letters.
I
Uh-huh.
know.
85 and going on 86. Yep.
Yeah,
Y'all
I
got
know
a lot in
Brian from
common.
back in the day. No, I
Uh-huh.
was buying. I was buying, and we all got busted. But
It happens,
anyway,
man.
that's over and done. Praise God, He changed my life. Done.
There you go.
Over.
Good.
Old days.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
So,
you need to turn yourself in if you've been talking to Brian Kohlberger.
well, I don't have any charges right now, so it's legal. I only call him once a month. So, I mean,
Okay, well, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. There you go. You're good. So,
Well, Ashley Banfield was trying to call him at the jail, talking about she couldn't get a call through.
what?
yeah, that's right. You're right about that. She did. She wanted to try to speak to him one-on-one.
Yeah,
You know
he
why
wouldn't
she?
do it.
You know why she couldn't reach him? Because he was busy talking to Nancy Grace.
Yeah.
No, he was busy talking to all these girls, writing them and sending them money.
All them silver foxes, I bet. I
Something
bet
Yeah.
there's
got
a bunch of
like Donald
cougars.
Trump. I tell you what, I predict we're gonna see some more changes in his behavior. Because when I saw him
You might
young,
be right. You might be right.
all his marbles are not up there because nobody normal is gonna sit there in these proceedings, and this town is trying to hang him by a rope, literally, and be yawning in court. I don't care how tired you were the night before. This is your life, and
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
this is your life, and you haven't even gotten to a preliminary hearing or a trial yet. This is just the proceedings before that. I mean, it's not looking too good.
I would be speaking to the judge in his chambers on this one if that were me.
Man, I'll be raising questions and everything else. They have to tell me to sit down. But if the behavior that he's exhibiting now that I see is real, he's the type that will eventually fire all his lawyers and get up there and start speaking like Ted Bundy did.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I said too.
That'll be next because
Darrell Brooks. Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to plead my own case.
I mean, he looks like the type that would do it. But I don't think all his marbles are there. And I think seriously they need to have him on suicide watch just as a precaution, because just because somebody looks strong on the outside You don't really know.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know,
he could do that, even before a trial, and if he does, then well, there's your answer. So
right. You're right. I agree. I
that's a strong possibility.
Mm. Well, let's say he was involved in some kind of way. His goal is to get out of this without doing any time, even though he knows that he deserves some kind of punishment. And so he's tiptoeing through the tulips, trying to hope to get out of this, hoping the prosecution can come up with enough to make it stick. And then if it seems like they will make it stick, then he'll switch out and start talking about a plea deal then. But right
Yeah.
now, he still see that he got a chance because it's something. I'm telling y'all, folks, it's something that's not right. It's too many coincidences that he's asking us to accept. And even after I accepted his phone records, even after I accepted him talking about he was driving around, even after I accepted, now his demeanor and it's just too much piled up on top
Well,
of it.
even the beginning when he said when he's with Antel, he goes, Your Honor, I like to stand in silence." Like what? It's just like
No,
that was
that
kind
to
of
me, actually,
was kind of
that to
weird.
me showed his defiance as I'm so innocent. I'm not even going to answer that stupid question. That's the way I took it.
Is that how you took it, Davino?
I don't know. No, I took it more like I didn't take it that way. I'll tell you that much. Hell no. Hell no. No, I didn't. I don't know. It was like kind of like to me. It was like pleading the fifth. Like he was like, "Well, I'm not going to say I did. I'm not going to say I didn't."
Hmm.
Right. And
That's
then,
what I'm
yeah,
getting out of it.
and then
Hmm.
he would have had to withdraw that right to take a
Too
plea
much
deal.
wine. Yeah.
Too much.
God. Yeah.
if he didn't take a plea either way, and the judge had to enter it, he
Yeah.
could still take the plea deal, and he will have to withdraw his his plea, how he played because he didn't say anything. So I don't know if that was somebody was saying he was leaving the door open for the plea deal, but you can get a plea deal regardless, right? Even if
Yup.
you're not guilty, you can still turn
Yeah.
around and take a plea deal.
Yeah, you
Right.
can. Yeah.
So
Yep.
I don't understand what that was. Maybe Les is right. Maybe he just didn't
I don't
want to
think I've
see.
even heard of anything like that in my life. Like seriously, like just either are you guilty or not guilty, and you
Yeah,
go, "I like
Yeah.
to stand in silence." What?
yeah.
Well, I
That
Yeah.
was
feel
kind of odd
like
because I'd be like, Not guilty. You 100%, Your Honor." Yeah, I mean, why would you say that?
Oh, something's not right.
I
Something's
think
not
there's
right.
just too many things in this case that are happening that's like never happened before, and I don't understand how it's just I don't understand. So this is
Well, they're lying
the
dormant,
new
and they're
precedent.
eventually going to start to emerge. I think
What'd you say?
a lot of things are lying dormant, like you're talking about the layers.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
way
yeah.
down in the bottom, but eventually they're going to start permeating and coming up and coming eventually, and then things are gonna start to emerge little by little.
Yeah,
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 and every day my stomach sinks a little bit more, but I try to be
Yeah,
like I was thinking to myself today, about how you should be loyal to
yeah.
somebody no matter what, but I don't even know this man. So I mean, I don't have any obligation, but
yeah. That's
I
crazy. That's crazy.
want to
That's
be all
crazy.
in or not, and I mean, honestly, this all started out we all looked into it because we really want this case to be solved.
Right.
But that's
And
the question: will it ever be solved? That's the big question.
yeah.
Yeah,
And will it be only solved on their terms and not what really did happen? Because
yeah.
a jury's like this. They believe what possibly could have happened versus what really did happen.
Right.
That's how sometimes they base their decisions, which is really bizarre, but it doesn't make any sense. But you know what? But it could have happened this way, and the evidence is leaning towards that direction. So
But
that's another thing. Yeah,
it's supposed to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you ask me,
one hundred
there's
percent.
so
Yeah.
much reasonable doubt, but a lot of jurors can't follow instructions.
Well, you got that right.
Okay. What would be reasonable doubt for you? What would be enough reasonable doubt?
Oh, just the whole scenario. he has no connection to the victims. He walks into a house he's never been in before. In this short amount of time, he did all of this stuff by himself. That Dylan and Bethany were there, didn't hear anything. The whole scenario, everything in the PCA.
Yeah.
So there's enough reasonable doubt right now.
Sorry.
There's enough reasonable doubt
To
right
me,
now.
there's for sure. Yeah. I mean, you can't trust even the phone ping stuff. You can't trust anything. I remember we had this discussion way back where we were like, okay, if we find out one thing in the PCA is a lie, do you throw it all out? For me, yes. The answer is yes.
All right.
It's just like people say, oh, if you lied to me once, I can't believe anything that comes out of your mouth. That's how I feel about the PCA.
Yeah.
Well, I look at it like this. I feel like he's making a mistake, loosening up. It's like he's slipping because he went from coming in looking serious and giving a little quick fake smile and hey, like I really don't want to be here and I don't trust you. I don't know y'all, I don't trust you, That's how he probably should have been. But now it's like he's smiling a lot and stuff and interacting like he's getting used to the people and his demeanor is changing and that's a problem for me. It's
Like I said, all this is acting for TV. If it wasn't for, honestly, let me go back. It's not just his behavior, but like Payne and Fry. If they weren't so shady, if Rosenthal wasn't so shady, if all of them weren't so shady, I don't think we would have really thought twice. But they're all just shady.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm more worried about their behaviors. I don't know. They're all acting.
But why? But yeah, yeah, it's just crazy.
Well,
but what are they gaining? But what are they gaining from it? I mean, they're just because they are involved, because they know, because they don't want something to come out that could expose them or could expose the town. Or I mean, there's got to be something there.
What you mean?
I have no idea. I mean, I believe that these 4 people lost their lives, but I don't know. I could go on and on about conspiracy theories and secret societies, but I just see some weird stuff. So
the biggest commodity out there is information. Okay, when you have that on somebody, it's powerful, and I mean, things happen. So I can say if they don't want something leaking out, they don't want the faucet to start dripping. Things happen.
I just wonder how much. Well, things have been leaking slowly. I wonder how if they're going to start leaking faster because.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's going to start really coming out profusely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's either going to be real quiet.
Ready to break. I think the bow's getting ready to break. Like I said before, I think either the prosecution is getting ready to run into a brick wall with their theatrics, or the defense is going to just completely fall apart. One or the other.
You might be right on the second one.
Yeah.
One or the other. Because
I think the defense are just backed into a corner like, oh my God, what do we do now? Even the gloves are up for protecting our face, but how much longer can we hold the gloves up to protect our face?
Well, I think it's more like, if Brian did have some involvement in this, a lot of people praying for Brian Kohberger. I know I've been praying for him. I've been praying for him too. And I feel like divine intervention is going to force somebody's hand, one or the other, prosecution or defense. I believe the bow is about to break right now, just by the fact that Brian is changing his demeanor. The FBI is over there at the house. That's a lot of energy. And so something is going to have to come out of that.
Well, I think the divine intervention, I mean, when they were talking about it before, when it came to the prosecution, and they said they had some kind of a secret witness, a male or a female.
No, it ain't going to be no secret. I don't think it's going to be a secret.
I think they said they had some kind of a male or a female witness, but they haven't come forward yet.
Yeah, they do have a witness. They do.
It would be male or female.
I don't know if it's a female or male, but they do have it.
But
they claimed that they said that this witness supposedly was in the house. I don't know before this.
They got that on paper.
Really?
Yeah, but they said that witness was in the house and this stuff was going down. That witness is just as guilty as everybody else.
I don't know about the witness being in the house, but I know they saying they had one. And I'm gonna tell
It
you
was
something.
Murphy. It was
It's,
Murphy.
Yeah, it was Murphy. I forgot about Murphy, the doggy.
yeah,
Hey, that's the other. There we go. Murphy.
he better hope that's the only witness. But I tell you what, it's hard to beat eyewitness testimony.
Yeah, it is.
It's hard. You can DNA and fingerprint and all that all you want to and drag out all these specialists and stuff and blood splatter. It's hard to beat an eyewitness.
Yeah, especially if you coerce that and they all say it and everything comes out the same, you're done.
A jury will believe an eyewitness before
Yeah.
all the rest of that stuff. And so for Dylan to be saying she saw somebody with bushy eyebrows, you know, by itself, it sounds kind of fantastic. But, you know, a jury will look at his eyebrows and they'll say, well, that fits. They're not going to say, well, she's probably lying. They're going to take her at her word. And they're going to look at his eyebrows. And that's going to be another.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. Yeah.
I don't know how she could see anything at 4 o'clock in the
Well,
morning.
that's what I was saying before about that, Leslie. I was saying, were the lights on? Were the lights off? They were off. There's no way she could see that. If they were on, I don't know.
Yeah, but you can see the good vibe sign that was on the wall right there before you go in the hallway. That gave some light. So they can't use that. But
yeah, but her
it's
dad
hard
said
to be an eyewitness.
her dad said he was wearing a ski mask, so she can't match anybody's face.
Usually, when you have a ski mask on, it's a lot of times you can't see the eyebrows because they cover that. And I know because I ski.
Who said it was a ski mask?
It was her dad and
right.
That guy who his article came out with all that information on Howard Bloom and the texting.
Right.
And he had talked to Dylan's dad, and Dylan's dad is the one who said it was a ski mask.
Oh, okay. Well,
so she didn't see
I
anything.
believe it. I believe it was a ski mask. I don't believe anybody went in there with their hair exposed and just a COVID mask. But they had to say it was a COVID mask so that she could see his eyebrows. That's what I'm saying. They put all this stuff together, and if it doesn't fall apart, because we know it's all a bunch of foolishness, but if it doesn't fall apart, then that's what I say, maybe he did it. Because if somebody piled a bunch of fake evidence against you and you didn't do it, I mean, and you got all these people praying for you and stuff, you know, some of these people in prison, they don't have nobody. They don't have nobody praying for them, sending them money or fighting for them or anything else. You know, they just.
Mr. Brian Kohlberger. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But when you got people that praying for you, you got a family and stuff, and whatever, you should be able to get some help for yourself. And only way, I mean, we are praying for the truth and to free Brian if he didn't do it, and Brian's still in there. So I have to look at that too. And that's
but how long? People go through suffering for a long time sometimes. You know, they can go through cancer for years and years before they're healed.
Now I'm gonna tell you something about that. Okay, in my opinion, if somebody is being charged with something they didn't do right, and they end up doing some time for it, won't be that much time before the truth comes out, because that person didn't have that coming to them. But some of these people that's been convicted of stuff they didn't do, well, they didn't do that one, but they did do some other stuff, you know, and so the Lord might say, well, you're going to go on and do this 10 or 20 years for that, and that, you know. And so that's what I'm saying. And that's not always the case, but I'm just saying some of these people that's in prison stuff they didn't do that crime, but they did a lot of other stuff that they didn't get caught or, you know, pay for. And so they don't have enough grace to bypass, you know, this case where they're innocent because of all the other stuff that they have done. You know, you didn't kill this person, but you killed 3 other people. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I get it, because
it could have been during your days on the street, you know. you
Yeah.
might have fired up on a person or 2 or 3 people, and now here you on trial for this. You know these people, but you have taken lives, just not these 4. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I do,
Yeah.
because I told my dad a few years ago. I said, "Man, I remember I got grounded for telling you a lie, but I wasn't really lying." And he said, "Well, that counts for all the times I didn't catch you lying." So I get
That's
what you're saying.
exactly what I'm saying. You
Well
know,
Mhm.
said, Papa. Yeah.
what you do is gonna come back to you the same way you put it out there. And
Always.
sometimes when it seems like a person is a victim, they just reaping what they put out there, and you don't know what a person is capable of. I think every person is capable of homicide, especially if your life is in danger or your child's life is in danger. You don't know what you might do. But
Right.
Right.
on the average, people don't just go around killing people. And so
Right.
when drugs are involved, that's when
Oh
the
yeah.
violence really steps up, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
for
it
this guy to
does.
have a
Yeah.
drug history, you can't tell me that he's not capable of doing it. I don't believe he's capable of doing it by himself, but you can't tell me he's not capable of doing it with other people because of his background. Now if he was a choir boy all his life and
Hey.
never stepped on a roach, I'll be skeptical. But he's been in the street. He's been in the street. He's
So
acting
am
like he
I.
doesn't know how to act in a tie. He's been in the street. So I don't know. Sometimes what you do adds up, and you get the whole total package at one time with a charge, or maybe you lose your life the same way you took somebody else's. But you whatever you put out there, it's coming back.
Yup, it is.
So I don't know we don't know what he did before he went to Washington. Maybe that's one reason why he went from Pennsylvania to
Maybe that's
Washington,
why he left. That's a possibility.
because he had so much dirt in Pennsylvania. He wanted to get away from that, especially call himself being a TA. Somebody would come in there from the street and recognize him, on campus, and say, "Hey, that guy used to sell me a bag of heroin, or we used to get high together and run in a gang or whatever." He couldn't risk that. So, go somewhere far away to start your new identity, because you got
Yeah.
so much dirt on the street in Pennsylvania. They're not gonna let you watch you climb the ladder, and they know that about you,
Yeah.
Yep.
because that's how people are. Oh, he's trying to be a professor, or he's trying to be a policeman, and he was right along with us when we were gang banging, going to people's houses and stuff. Because they already accusing him of breaking in some lady house.
Now, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Actually,
Camera.
there's no proof of that, but I think she's no. Um,
But we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. He could
I
have.
think
He could have been doing stuff like that. How would we know?
that's true. I don't think just because she said it though that it's true. I felt like she just wanted to be on TV.
Could be, but we can't keep saying that for every single person that come on TV say
Yeah.
something about him. We can't say, well, we don't believe anybody that came on and said Brian Kohlberger is a psychopath. And we
You
feel
making
sorry
fun of
for
me,
the
man?
victims, and then we get out our pistol, boom, and want to take them out of here because they raining on Brian's parade. Brian is raining on his own parade.
Now who's homicidal? It ain't me.
You know, yeah. You can't tell me what somebody won't do. Like in this video before this last one I did today. Remember I was talking about the colonel in Canada?
Yeah.
He had way more going for him than Brian
Yeah.
Kohlberger, and look what he was doing. And look at and then we were saying, well, where's the time to do all of this stuff? This guy was a high up in the Canadian military. He was flying people around the world, and he had a lot of responsibility. And he had a wife, even though they weren't in the same house most of the time. And that was a mistake because he had way too much time on his hand. He was going to houses, terrorizing the occupants, in the closet, stealing underwear and stuff. Who would think that a colonel would do that?
Yeah.
But he did. And if it wasn't for his tire tracks, he wouldn't have got caught.
True.
If it wasn't for them seeing him at that, like I said, divine intervention. Somebody saw his truck over there at that lady's house and described it, and then they ran. He came through a checkpoint, and they had his tires, and he's when he first came there, he was stoic in the room. Before it's over, he was chewing gum, laughing, and smiling in the camera.
Yeah.
His
Well,
whole demeanor changed.
I was gonna say maybe Brian is chilling because of his faith in God. This is a long shot, but maybe he feels like God's got his back and he knows he'll be exonerated, so he don't care. Now that's a long shot, like I said, but not everybody, like you said, he's missing some marbles up there.
No, that can't be it, because if it was the Holy Spirit would have given him a
Humble attitude.
give him humility. A spirit of humility is what the
Yeah,
Holy Spirit will be saying. Humble yourself. You
that's
in this,
true.
you want some help. You need to humble yourself. That's what the Holy Spirit will be telling him right now. So
I hear you.
his confidence, that's self-manufactured, because he really doesn't have anything to be confident about right now. Because even if the evidence is fake, it can still convict you. Whether the evidence is real or fake, it can convict you.
Yep. That's what I said. It's what the jury thinks what could have happened. Yeah.
Well, he's saying, from what I understand, his defense team is saying that the DNA is not his. Now, I don't know how they're planning to prove that, but he's not saying my DNA got there because of this or that. He's saying it's not his.
So the other three unaccountable DNAs in that house, and it was a different type of a DNA. We all know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That has never been become. That hasn't.
It's never
They
been
haven't.
addressed.
Yeah, addressed or conclusive. I mean, it just
Uh-uh.
hasn't, and it hasn't concurred. So that's a mystery right there.
Well,
So those could be the three culprits that supposedly were involved with this whole thing.
everybody loves the underdog in America, and we love to jump on somebody and say that they're being victimized by the bureaucracy. And a lot of the times, that's exactly what's happening. But sometimes they get it right. And so we've been giving Moscow a hard time, rightly so, because they need to have the right person, and not just hand us anything. We needed to do that to them from day one. They can
Because
say
they're
whatever they
lying to
want
the
to about
public.
us,
They're lying to us constantly.
but that doesn't mean that doesn't make, like I said in my video, people don't want to hear it. Just because the prosecution is not playing straight does not make Brian Kohlberger innocent. That just means the prosecution is not playing straight.
Well, it's cat and mouse. That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, I tell
mean
you,
innocence.
I do love an underdog, but I also can think straight. Like I watched back when that Netflix series came out, The Making of Murder, and I could see right away that he was guilty. I don't care what nobody says. You know what I'm talking about, Stephen Avery. They were saying
Yeah.
the police set him up, and you could kind of see that and kind of lean that way. But I mean, discernment is something I get as you get older, maybe. Because I mean, I thought Brian was guilty at first. I mean, I love an underdog, but I also look at who's telling the truth about what. I mean, maybe none of them are.
But that's what we were talking about, divine intervention.
Yeah.
Because Stephen Avery, they had to let him go after the first round.
Yeah, but he did kill that girl.
Then he got in trouble again, and same thing with OJ. He still ended up doing time. You understand? So it's coming back on you. It's one way or the other. You see? And I mean, Stephen Avery, the same thing. He got off, and then they put him right back in there. It's like he thought he was getting away, but
I hope nobody else has to. I hope nobody else has to be a victim for all this mess to be straightened out. And just
another thing we have to look at is, since the Idaho 4, there hasn't been any other mass homicide. There hasn't been any like serial killer action or anything in that area to make you think that whoever did this is still on a rampage. There wasn't an organized crime.
I don't buy that one. No.
There's no. I mean, after this, there was no more mass murderer running around.
I know, that's what I'm saying. This was a message.
One person is blood thirsty like that, seemed like they would still be on the rampage.
There never was a mass murderer. I think it was just something that got out of hand with a group of people that haven't done it before and won't do it again, probably.
No,
So
I don't
I
think
don't
you
think there was a
got out of
serial killer.
hand. You don't think it was
you
premeditated?
think this wasn't supposed to happen this way? It just got
Well,
out of hand. I
I
mean,
don't know.
I'm not, it's a possibility. I'm
You
not
don't
saying it
bring a
isn't.
machete and a K-bar to something that you don't plan on using it, and you know what I'm
Well, that's
saying.
what I'm
So
saying. I
I
mean,
don't know.
and if it was a machete, that's why I'm leaning towards the other uh organization,
Uh huh.
not the M, because it wouldn't happen that way, and we're not
Right.
going to go there. But I'm
Mhm.
going the other route, and that all makes sense because that's
Mhm.
usually their choice.
Mhm.
What you
And
mean?
those guys in that situation, they send a message, and it's slow, and you
Yeah.
get to the point. You know what I mean? The other way, it's over real fast.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be discreet as possible, but you know where I'm going with it.
I hear you. I hear what you're
Yeah.
saying. I'm
What
picking
is?
up what you're putting down.
All right, you go, girl.
I think it had.
Baba guys, there you go. All right.
Always.
I think it had to be premeditated.
I
It
think
was.
something was definitely pre-planned. Well, I mean, with for not, it was orchestrated. Again, you think back to the grub truck and the signals there, and then I believe that Showalter, it was his job to get the girls, stay by their side and report and get them to the house at a certain time. So yeah, I go back and forth in my mind,
There
honestly.
was definitely a lookout in this, I'll tell you right now.
Oh yeah.
Right, right.
But were the girls the lookouts? We don't know.
Or the guys running with the white box. I believe when they came out at 312, they had seen something was going on there, and they got on. They left in a hurry. I
Well, that's
believe
what I said. I think they knew something was going down, and I think that's when Dee hopped in her boyfriend's truck. I don't think she was there.
I
You guys,
don't
can't
either.
this all be solved by the cameras from across the street that none of us know anything about?
Yeah, but it's amazing. There is no. That's why I was saying there's no video footage of anyone actually going into the house or coming out of the house, and you would think there would be,
Right.
which is just bizarre.
Well,
You
you
know
know
what?
what? You
What
Huh?
about
hmm?
the balcony back there? I mean, across the
Yeah,
back.
that's true. Yeah,
That's like the only way to get in without cameras, isn't it?
but on X's balcony, there's a massive red stain out there, which it's still a mystery too.
That's what I'm saying. To be able
Yeah,
to get
that's
in
some.
the house
But there
without,
was a ladder. Remember the ladder?
yeah,
Yeah.
right. It's no telling how they got in, or they
Well,
were
what I
already
also
there.
found to be yeah, what I also found to be strange when the cops showed up that day, they're taking pictures of the outside of the house. That was just strange
Why you
on their
say
cell
that?
phone, huh?
Well, one thing about it, maybe they do have the killers on camera. Maybe they do have them, and they
Why
just
put it in
don't
the
realize that's what
PCA?
they're looking at.
You would think he'd put it in the PCA. Oh, we saw him coming out of the house, or
Yeah,
That's those houses are so close together.
mm,
People are always on the move. It's a lot
it's
of
just
cars
weird. Like
on the streets.
I've never seen a layout like that in my life. It's just
mhm.
bizarre. That I've never seen. It's just weird. They almost don't even look real. They look like Legos if you look at them. It's just weird. Like it doesn't
Yeah,
even look like real apartments or real homes.
right.
If that makes any sense. Because I've never seen a layout like that ever in a college town. It's just weird.
Yeah,
It's just the way they're all laid out and set up. It's just like, huh? I don't get
Like
it.
a dollhouse. Yeah.
Yeah, like a dollhouse or like a Lego set or a Lego, you know, a different type of a community or whatever they were building or something. Like it just didn't look realistic. And it just looked
Fisher
like
Price.
actually like a 3D model is what it looked like.
yeah,
Yeah. Fisher
And
Price.
that's yeah, the whole thing like standing on the roof and like just it just didn't it looked like it was almost just a setup. Like it was just like a um um
a
like a
snuff
model like
film.
well, like from Hollywood or something. It didn't even yeah, it's what it looked like. It just didn't didn't look
Well,
real.
well, we talked about that. We talked about the possibility of a snuff film and how they pick large houses that look creepy or whatever, and they film. They film the crime, and this would have been like, as far as being congested, no. But as far as, the way it looks from the outside, it's 3-story, you could make a snuff film in a house like that. And then it was enough people living there to make the snuff film. They said it was a camera in the woods behind the house. I mean, to me, whoever did it, they did film. I mean, I believe it was the whole shebang. I wouldn't rule out rape. I wouldn't rule out snuff film. I mean, the way they were mutilated, to me, that could be to cover up the fact that there was sexual assault. I think that
They were brutally
kits
mutilated.
I think they need to have some rape kits done, and Taylor should be demanding that they do a rape kit test on each one of them. And I just don't understand why not, because that's how they caught Daryl Howard's killer for all those years. They just did a rape kit, and then the sperm had his DNA. Just in the story.
Yeah.
In the story. I mean,
It's the mystery, the whole thing.
No, they just had him cremated, and there you go.
That was weird. When they said
there.
that was weird. When they go, well, the reason why they had him cremated because they were probably so forgive me for saying, they were so mangled. What they looked like. That's probably why most of them were cremated.
Did they cremate everybody?
No, not
Everybody but
everybody.
Ethan.
No,
Everybody
except
but
right.
Ethan.
Yeah, I got to feel it.
Everybody that could have been raped
Yeah.
was cremated.
Yeah.
That and also probably what they look like, because the parents go, well, we don't want the kill to show up at the funeral. I mean, you know what? You're watching too much CSI or some stuff, okay?
Closed casket.
Huh?
You just have a closed casket when it's like
Right,
that.
exactly. That's exactly what I said. That made no sense. And actually kind of strange too.
Whose idea was it to cremate them in the first place?
Steve, the Mr. G.
Oh,
I don't know. You know, I know Xana's
I don't trust that guy one bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. He said that in the interview. Yeah, they said, he goes, well, we just felt like we thought cremation was the best thing because we didn't want to have that, and and then knowing the fact that that person could have shown up here, and that's just absolutely sick. Well, it's even more sick what you did. You should have just had an open casket, because how these students are going to pay respect? What, to an urn? It didn't make any sense.
I know he didn't. He shouldn't have said that. I don't even think
you go back in the interview, like in the beginning. When they talk about the burials, he talks about it.
Well, they lied to him from the beginning. They lied to him so much until his stories don't match either. Because
they don't.
He was jumping up saying they were asleep too.
Yeah.
He was saying they were asleep too. And then now all of a sudden he's on the warpath and want to see Brian Kohlberger not on the planet anymore. But in the beginning, he was saying DM and BF were asleep and got, waking up and didn't really know what happened until they got up.
Now he's acting like he didn't do it. Now he's saying that there wasn't, he does something like he don't know if they have the right guy. Now he's trying to change the story now, but not to make it look. Yeah.
He back on the rampage though. He went from we don't know if it's the right guy to hanging, do what you got to do. We want the death penalty. Back to I don't know whether he did it or not, and then back to he'll say something that supports the defense.
Well, he has said that he thinks that there could have been other people involved though.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they said even the white car they claim they have on surveillance, Chief Fry said it was multiple people in that car.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So that's
so why can't they zoom in on the car? How would they know that they must have seen something?
All right. That's why I say Kohlberger could have been driving. He could have been just riding along and didn't even know that's what was going down. Or he could have been the ringleader. It could be.
Possibility.
It could be.
He's not. I don't think he's charismatic to be enough to be the ringleader.
I agree with that 100%.
You went through those personalities before, and I don't think he could ringlead anybody.
I do.
But why the hell would someone listen to him anyway? Yeah.
I don't think we've seen his real personality. I really don't. I don't think we've seen Brian Kohlberger's true personality yet.
I mean, he could be a genius. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. He is.
Apparently. Right? But I don't feel like we really know him yet because he's changing. The person that got arrested, when he first got arrested, I felt like he looked way too calm. on when he had on that green vest and stuff. That was just my personal opinion. I was like, he looked mighty calm, almost like he's smiling. You know, I would expect him to look ransacked, hadn't slept, and whatever. However, you know, and then his lawyer said they talked to him for 15 minutes before they went on and charged him. So I'm wondering, what did he say in those 15 minutes before he invoked his right for a lawyer?
Who knows? That's a mystery right there.
Or they could have just been poking at him and trying to get him to say something, and he didn't. And then he just said, "You know what? I'll take a lawyer. You can stop harassing me now."
Well,
That's a possibility too.
Yeah, that's possible. But the lawyer said that he said, "I assume they have my GPS coordinates." Why would he say that? What does that mean?
Oh,
Well, also he said in the beginning that, did you arrest anybody else?
supposedly.
Right.
So
Yeah.
right.
Like, we don't know that he really said those things unless
Yeah,
we
but
hear
if he
him
did, his attorney said that he asked about his attorney in Pennsylvania, not Ann Taylor and her crew. The attorney he had in Pennsylvania said on record that Brian told him, "I assume they have my GPS records." I'll find it right now if y'all don't believe me.
No, I do believe you. I just don't remember. I don't think I started following it that closely right away.
But what does that mean?
That is weird.
He didn't have GPS in his car.
Maybe he meant for it to be, you can see I was somewhere else, but then how would he know he wasn't near the house?
I don't know. Oh, that's a good
Flying
point.
Casper.
Y'all gotta stop making my head hurt. I'm blonde, Not that easy. Try.
Wow, you're smart. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Just a little joke. That's all.
No, you're fine. I can take it. But I am going to go back to chat. I'm talking more than I was supposed to. I'm supposed to get my homework done. So.
All right.
Homework?
Well,
yeah, just a little homework.
Get that homework done.
Yeah, it's not anything like law. I'm not smart enough for that. So.
Yes, you are.
I am surprised. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to get in touch with Kim Kardashian on this one.
He would be the one.
He might be working up on that, Davino.
You never know. It's a possibility.
Well, it was nice talking to y'all. You
too. Have a good night, Les. Nice meeting you.
All right, we'll see you next week, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Les.
Be safe. Ciao.
Y'all give Les a hand for doing what
Hey, all right. Hey.
You guys.
I'm on my 5th glass of vino, so I salute you. There you go. All right. No wonder why my eyes are feeling it. Okay. It's all good.
Well, they're arguing about romantic connection versus empathetic connection in the chat.
I'm not buying that romantic thing one bit. That is the biggest crock. I think that's just something that you're just trying to make you're brainwashing people to believe it. I don't buy it one bit.
I think you might have something there with Kim Kardashian, though.
It's a possibility because she could be like I said. Yeah, you never know.
Well, she loves publicity. I wouldn't be surprised if she jumped out there and took his case. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, but I think that would go bad for him. I do.
But
she's not an attorney. Yeah.
What if they, what if you get it wrong? Jumping out there talking about,
That's what I'm saying.
What if you jump out there like that and you get it wrong? You fighting for somebody to be exonerated. You don't know whether they did it or not.
Exactly. But one thing Kim has to understand, she is not an attorney at law. So
yeah, well,
she may have passed the baby bar after 5 times, but she hasn't passed the bar, and she is not an attorney.
Well, she used her influence.
People on the East Coast, they laugh at her. They just go, "Yeah, you're not an attorney yet, so don't keep putting Esquire because you're not an attorney."
Right. Well, maybe she played. That's a role she's playing this lately. I didn't even know she was a part of the Innocence Project. I really didn't.
What was that?
I didn't even know she was joined up with the Innocence Project.
Oh, me either. I didn't even know it either.
I should have known because this not the she.
Well, she's an advocate. Yeah, I mean she goes to prisons as an advocate and tries to help. But I don't know how she's able to pull this off because she's not an attorney.
Well, she's a Kardashian. I guess that's all it takes. You know how America is. They had somebody speaking at the university, and then she ended up being a crook. but they let her teach their class because she was high profile, and then she ended up
True.
being charged with some stuff. So
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I just feel like this guy is something's off. I've seen people do time. I've seen people's reaction when they get time, facing time. I've seen people reaction when they first get arrested.
Oh
And
yeah.
I just, you can't front all the time.
No, you can't.
You can't front all the time. And just watching him, and you reading too much into his that what you're saying. That's a small thing. Well, that's what he said. Remember, he said he didn't want cameras in the courtroom because we reading too much into his body language. Well, let me raise my hand because I'm definitely reading into his body language because that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
I want to look at every single thing you do and say because that's how we get an idea of who you are.
Yeah.
You can't front all the time. And I already see two personalities, three really. We got the personality, the person that stopped in WSU for the traffic violation. That's the one that seemed like he got the Asperger's. We got the one that's Donald Trump putting his hands together in a steeple, and since he put on that suit, just coming in with this air about him and stuff. And then we got the one that's smiling and joking with people now. That's three different people right there.
Yeah, it's true.
So, I mean, don't tell me not to look. I want to see the body language, and evidently Moscow does too. That's why they said we're gonna have cameras.
If you had a real attorney, they actually would pull him aside and say, "Listen, you can't be displaying this type of behavior in the courtroom because if people see this, they're gonna look at you like you're gonna start becoming a lot more guilty. And even though if you're innocent, you got to follow protocol here."
Well, they probably want him to go ahead and show us true colors. That'll make their job easier for them if they know they have to convict.
Well, of course, it makes complete sense.
They want him to go ahead and show us true colors because Ann Taylor, I'm not gonna say she pulled back, but I don't feel like she's doing 100 right now, and I'm not sure why. But ever since it's notified, she ain't doing nothing but filing papers every once in a while, and not challenging any of the stuff that's coming out. She's not being a spokesperson for them in the public, trying to garner support from the public. All of that is part of her job or somebody on that attorney's team. Only people doing all the talking and leaking. Only people doing all the talking and leaking is the prosecution side.
Yeah, first it was all the defense 100%. Now the tables have switched.
Yeah, they're gonna keep switching too, and that's why I say I think the bottom getting ready to fall out for whichever side is faking. That's what I think.
They really know something that's gonna exonerate him, but I don't know.
No, they're not gonna exonerate him. I don't believe they're gonna make him do some time to feel like he paid for. Okay, if they feel like he did it, one way to get him to do time is through all these delays. Like they said, it's delayed indefinitely. If they can get him to do 10 years before it's all over and Innocence Project can get him to go home, they get him to do 10, 15 years, they'll feel like at least, he served some time for it.
Yeah.
But he's serving time for it right now. It doesn't seem like he got no problem serving that time, and that's disturbing.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it phases him anymore. Hey, I'm waking up. I have my suit on. I'm walking into the courtroom, and
No,
I don't know.
If
his true colors may start to come out. You never know.
They're coming out right now. I just don't know what colors they are yet, but they're coming out. They're coming out. He's loosening up, smiling, and talking with people. He was never like that before. He was kind of a mystery because we didn't know what he was thinking, and he just sat at the table and with a little blank stare, and that was good. I was with that. But he's a totally different person now with that suit on. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's like a leopard changes spots, but now it's almost like a chameleon. He's just, it's weird.
Almost like it's like you trust your defense team now. Why? Why? If I was his lawyer and he was like that with me at first, and then all of a sudden now we smiling and chummy, I wouldn't trust him.
Yeah,
That's
it's
just
kind of
how
weird.
I am. You know, if I'm not feeling you, I'm gonna be semi-rude from the beginning, let you know how I'm vibing with you, and
Yeah,
that's the way it's gonna stay, unless something drastic changes to where I have to change my mind about you. I'll just keep my distance. And you can't
makes sense.
trust lawyers. You can't trust lawyers. He's just smiling, having conversation. And one time he came in court smiling.
Yeah, I remember that. He walked in the door. Yeah, I remember that.
Nobody even said nothing to make him smile.
It's
So,
true.
he playing a role now. And that's not good. Y'all write it down. I'm making a prediction. I'm telling you what is this? October, not November the 2nd.
Yep.
I predict that in the next 30 days, the battle is going to break for either the prosecution or the defense. Somebody getting ready to get crushed under the evidence and under the turn of events. I don't know whether it's gonna be digging in that house or something. Something's getting ready to trigger, and the bow is gonna break. We ain't gonna have to wait long. We're not gonna.
Well, that could be why, like, they're going to that house too. Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna something is gonna trigger whoever's faking to show their true colors, and it's either gonna be on the prosecution side or defense. I give it 30 days or less. Cause I can see the writing on the wall. This guy is changing his demeanor, and the prosecution is going for the Hail Mary, setting up a investigation, modeling, and all this stuff inside that house. That's not for no reason, you know. And then they see him in court smiling and laughing, and just having a good time. So they're like, "Oh yeah, okay. The DNA on the sheep is not enough. We're gonna go in the house and keep building the case against you. Because not only do we think you did this, now you're mocking us. You're yawning in court. Okay, we got something for you. Cause
Yeah.
That's just the way I see it.
No, you make a good point. You really do.
Well,
That's
is
true.
everybody still here? Let me look at the chat rate.
Yeah.
Shut down early tonight. Chat rate is 4. I see people are still talking a little bit. Something about great. How about you? I think that's old, but I'm telling you, that's my prediction. I just can feel it just as sure as I'm sitting here talking to you, because you can't just make a fool out of everybody all the time. You can't front all the time. And when I see somebody changing like that, I just got a bad feeling. And a lot of people they're already showing out now. They don't want to watch anything. If you say something against Brian Kohlberger, they don't want to watch it and whatever. And I mean, it's just, it's almost like an obsession with some of these people. And that hurts me, because you're obsessed with somebody and you don't know whether that man did it or not. Just because it looks like he's being framed, it doesn't mean he wasn't involved. It just means the prosecution is setting him up for the okie doke. That's all that means.
Right.
They got to set somebody up.
Yeah, I mean, if he did this, I'll be like shocked. But
I wouldn't.
I just don't know how he would have pulled all this off. That's all I'm saying.
No, I would think it was just him and 2 or 3 other people.
Well, that I could believe.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe he could have done it with 2 or 3 other people. I don't believe 4 to 420 at all. I don't believe that at all. I believe they jumped off anytime after about 2 o'clock. And no telling when it finished, but I believe it was finished by 8:30 in the morning because the front door was hanging open. But other than that, I wouldn't be shocked, because anybody that and I'm not being biased or prejudiced, because we all have our shortcomings and stuff, but this guy was in the street, and now he's halfway across the country playing a totally different role as a PhD student and teacher, and we're looking at him like that's who he is. And I'm looking over here at Pennsylvania and saying, well, that's who he was. And so where's the middle ground? Where's the break-even point? Because he can't be both of them.
True. Good point. It
He
is.
can't both of them.
That's
And
true.
you try to look at his personality now. Like I said, I've seen 2 or 3 different personalities, so I don't know which one to pick. But he. Let me put it to you this way. What's a good example? You know, you could take a cat and shave all his hair off, you know, and put it on a dog collar and whatever. But
Right.
it's still a cat.
Right.
It's still a cat. So you telling us, and they get mad about this too. You telling us this guy was strung out on heroin. You know, you see pictures of him and look like gang life, where he got his arm over one of his pals, and then he got like 4 other guys behind him. You know, that's gang stuff. And so you telling me this was part of his life, and he got over it, and all this weight loss stuff, great. But I'm just telling you, you know, apple is still an apple. I don't care how you dress it up. It's still an apple. You know, if you slice it up and put some
Yeah.
sugar on it, it's still an apple. And so what they're telling us is this guy made his soul been converted. He became a new creature.
Yeah.
That's what they're telling us. He was a drug addict, troubled teen, bully, you know, probably ran with a gang from the pictures I seen, you know, with a mohawk and smoking and just hanging out and looking like, you know, I'm talking about on pictures. So seeing that and seeing who he was back then, we all have wild times as a teen and early 20s or whatever, but they're telling us that that's not who he was anymore. You're gonna have to prove that to me, because most people don't change. They just get better at what they do, or they learn to curb certain behaviors so that they can, you know, keep going in society. But you can't tell me what somebody won't do. You don't think Brian is capable of this as far as the type of person he is?
Oh, I'm not saying he's not. Yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah, of course it's possible. And he's a good actor. That's all I could say.
You think so?
Well, I mean, unless he just want people to believe in what he's doing, and then like he's laughing alongside, like, man, I got these people fooled so much that, man, if I could put this over him, I could probably put this over on the judge. I mean, it's like he could be thinking that way too.
I'm saying that could be why he's smiling and laughing, because he wasn't doing that before. And so now that he's smiling and laughing, it to me is like mocking.
No, it's kind of like the song, like "Run, Run Fast as You Can. You can't catch me on the Gingerbread Man." Kind of the same thing, like
like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Right.
That's what it seemed like it's turning into. At the beginning, I didn't have that vibe. I really have a vibe, but right now, that's the. I'm gonna be honest. That's the vibe I'm getting.
It's a strong possibility. I mean, people can lean the other way too.
What you mean?
Well, first they could be pro, and now they could be, anti, because things are starting to come out more, and now it was done all by trickery, and now it's like, okay, wait a minute now.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to make sense.
Now, what about the BTK killer saying that he felt like Brian had the same tendencies he had?
So what was that part?
The BTK killer. They asked him about Brian Coburn.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you right now, a serial killer would know that of another person. That's true.
He said it. Now, he could have been doing that for the money, but really, I think he would have got the money regardless of what his verdict was. Or maybe if he would have said something in Brian's favor, they would have.
Usually, from a serial killer, they would probably speak the truth on that. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Because, as crazy as they may be, they're actually so highly intelligent that they got away with it for that long until they finally got caught. I mean, but you got to be impressed, because, like, wow, that's like a mastermind. If he actually did this by himself, which I would be shocked that he fooled everybody, or it was a conspiracy and he was involved somehow. I mean, there you go, right there.
Okay, you know the BTK killer did the same thing. He stood silent in court.
I know. I was just gonna say that too.
That's
what I thought was interesting as well.
It's like he copying some people.
He's copying, or he's like speaking through him or something.
Please don't let it be speaking through him. But Brian is getting the same reaction as Ted Bundy. These women are loving him, and they're saying he's innocent because they're vibing with him, and that's just a shame because that's, if somebody kills somebody, they need to pay, and you can't just say because he's handsome to you and you think he's some innocent little fly on the wall. You need to be looking at the evidence.
Right. You remember what the judge said to Ted Bundy in the court? He said, I'm very impressed by you. It's a shame. I would have loved to have you clergy for me. But I'm sorry that, it gone the other way. He was highly impressed with his skills in the courtroom. And this could actually turn into that routine, or that entire movie just being played over in his head.
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't jump out there and try to represent himself.
Well, that's what I said. I said that last week. I said the same thing. I said I wouldn't put that past him.
I would. He go. I just feel I don't want to say that because I already know what people are gonna say, but I just think I can see the writing on the wall, and he might even start opening his mouth talking if he get comfortable enough.
Yeah.
When you start getting comfortable, that's when you get you mess up.
Cocky, overconfident. Yeah.
He's way too comfortable around his lawyers and in that courtroom. Way too.
I mean, he's definitely an astute person at the same time, but he's also stupid too, because you'd think for someone of his intelligence, he wouldn't be doing things like that. And he should know that, especially if I think he has a bachelor's or a master's in criminology or forensic or something. I forget what it is, but you think he would know the ins and outs of that.
Yeah, you would think so, but that might be what gave him the confidence to be involved in something like this, because
possible.
He's not supposed to get caught.
Yeah.
But if it's other people out there that didn't get caught, haven't been identified, that he's covering for, okay, he knows they can't prove he did it by himself.
True.
You see, if he did with other people, he knows that the evidence should point to multiple people, but they're saying one person did it, and that's going to be a hard sell in 8 minutes. They're going to have to throw out that timeline. They really that might be another reason they're in that house, so they can come and just throw out the PCA and say, well, we found this and we found that, so now we're saying this.
I mean, you figure you got to go up and down those steps. That takes, that's time right there.
Yeah, and it's stamina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm having a hard time believing it was only one person that did this.
I don't believe it was more than one person. That it was one person. I don't, and I don't believe that the jury is gonna believe it either. And I think that the prosecution might be getting ready to change their narrative again. And the way to do that is new evidence. And where do you get new evidence? The crime scene.
Yeah.
Okay, they're hearing through the grapevine what the defense is saying and what they're planning. Like, okay, we're gonna turn the heat up because we're not letting him out of jail. We're gonna turn the heat up, and he's gonna have to sit here and didn't they move him?
Yeah, I think they did. And unless they got another tip or two about what other things might be in that house that they didn't find, that's a possibility too.
Yeah. It's no telling what they'll find and say they found. While you're in there laughing and joking around, the FBI is back at the crime scene.
But why would the FBI be involved in this? That's what doesn't make any sense.
Because, first of all, Moscow pulled them into it. They said that FBI did the DNA testing, the final testing, and told them it was Brian Kohlberg. And then they had to backtrack and say that somebody at FBI just unofficially called and gave them a tip that it was Brian, that it wasn't exactly some official DNA testing done.
But they couldn't get the results of the DNA testing in Moscow. They had to send it over to Texas. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they pulled the FBI in that. They tried to pull the FBI in on the Indiana stops, but the FBI made a public statement saying they had nothing to do with Brian
I remember
Copeland
that.
being
Yeah.
pulled over.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, but Opie, he kept putting the FBI and the PCA trying to make it seem like the FBI is in agreement with what he was saying. But if you really read it, he's not really admitting that he had. He's not really admitting that the FBI did anything. He did it. He did it. You see?
Yeah.
He did it. So the FBI, the prosecution is there. I think this is all about the prosecution going back in the house, but to make it look good and less suspicious, they're saying investigators, prosecution, and the FBI. But basically, it's the prosecution going in there. That's what I see.
Something's going on. Yeah.
You'll see. I give it 30 days. Mark my word. If it's not, I will digress. I'll turn in my YouTube super because I'm telling you, the valve is getting ready to break. You know?
Something's gonna crack.
Yes.
That they can't take it no more because the guilt is eating at them.
Well,
that's usually what happens.
You think he really? Now that's something to think about there. Do you think? Well, they say a psychopath cannot feel empathy,
right?
And so you don't have no problem with what he did if he's a psychopath. I have no problem with it.
Right.
I don't know. Let me look at this.
It's tough because it's a tough call on this. It really is. I mean, it's just.
I don't know why. I don't know why everybody keeps saying they didn't see him yawn because that video.
Oh, I did. I saw like night and day.
It's plain as day, right there. He put his hands up, and he didn't even cover his mouth. He just put his fingers up to his mouth, and then he yawned, and then he put his fingers back down. Boom, boom, boom. It's in black and white.
But usually you would put your head down and do that and cover your face.
No,
and not make it look so obvious.
I think it's mockery. That's what I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why he's doing that. But if you actually cared about what was really going on, you would actually, do it in a more, discreet manner. You would like cover your mouth or something and put your head down, not like let the whole place see you do it on public display.
It's like he wanted this. He did it slow enough. He announced it by putting his fingers up there first. He wanted it to be seen. And I know anybody else on the prosecution is watching these tapes over, watching him because they can't watch him during the proceedings. But I know they're watching him. And I know if I saw it, they saw it. And they're like, this guy's yawning in the proceedings. He taking it for a joke, But it's too much. He's doing too much. That's what the little kids say now on the street. You're doing too much. You should go back to being quiet and sitting there staring off into space with your jaw clenched like you mad that you're in there. That's how he started out. But it's different now. If you look at the most recent ones, to come into court smiling and you charged with quadruple homicide, and these families, if they're not in the courtroom, they're there on Zoom. How you think that made them feel?
Well, that's true.
I would snap if somebody was accused of taking my kid's life and then he come in the courtroom smiling. That's an unclean spirit.
Yeah, it is.
That's an unclean spirit right there. You can't
it
stop.
Is.
And if it's getting to the place where he can't hide it, it's going to show itself one way or the other. If you got a cold, sooner or later you're going to sneeze.
Yeah.
If you got a cold, you're going to have symptoms. Your eyes going to water, or you're going to have chill bumps on your arm, or something going to show that you got a cold.
Right.
If you got a murderous spirit or unclean spirit in him, it's going to show. You can only hide it for so long. I give it 30 days. I really don't even give it 30 days, but I'm going to give it 30 days because of how slow everything is going on. But just keep watching him. I might have to eat my words, but I don't think so. Because that's mockery.
Something. Yeah.
It'd be different if he was laughing at the table because of something one of the other attorneys said. You can't control your emotions. But to walk into the courtroom with a big jolly smile on your face,
Yeah.
You know, to the point where your mouth is open, and you know the victims' families are sitting there watching you come in. Who does that?
He does.
And then you got these women saying, "Oh, Brian Koberger, this and his hair and his suit." You better be looking at what's inside Brian Koberger, because that's a deciding factor right there.
With Ted Bundy. Yeah.
Yeah. He got married. He got married after all those women he killed. Somebody married him and had a child with him. He got a daughter walking around here.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
She said, yeah, she married him and had his kids. So she wasn't playing. She was serious. She wasn't just a groupie or a paparazzi. She was serious.
Yeah.
Seeing those pictures in court of what he did to those
He
women.
was I think he was laughing at those pictures or something. Something like that. He was. I'm almost positive he was.
Yeah. He
He's
was.
demented.
When they interviewed him, he was laughing at some of the stuff, and then he was covering his face, looking down, trying to cover up the laugh. And just like R. Kelly was laughing when that lady was interviewing him, and,
I can't say that. Okay. Yeah.
put his head down so she couldn't see him laughing.
Yeah. He's not laughing. He's not laughing now, is he?
Not unless he got an escape plan.
I'm amazed he's still alive. I really am.
Yeah. You better, unless he got an escape plan or he get ready to snitch on half of the music industry, he might as well sit down somewhere.
He can snitch all he wants, but he's not getting out. There's no way.
If he snitch high enough up, they'll let him out. If he snitch high enough up, and it's gonna make him.
That would be extremely, extremely high up.
Yeah, because whoever he snitch on,
Yep.
that's high up. They can go take that person's money once they bag them up. You see?
Yep.
But Davino, it's 11:52. I don't know what these gals are doing in the chat. I see a chat rate of 4 or 5, so they're still blabbing at the mouth.
No, I'm just putting together templates right now for work. That's all. Well, I've been doing it the whole time. Why we've been talking and drinking my wine.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Multitasking. What? I got to give you some more questions that are tougher. So you have.
Yeah, please do. I love a challenge.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you coming on, and
as always, just drop the mic. There you go. You know.
Yeah.
I wish other people would come on the chat. I mean, Leslie was really cool, really nice. But I just wish if you're going to be in chat, you should also come on to the stage.
Well, they will. They will. Some of them probably don't. You know, women. We got mostly ladies in here, and they're conscious about how they look on camera and whatnot, and this and that.
You don't see yourself on camera. Just block out your cam. That's all.
Yeah, they will. They will eventually.
Yeah.
They will.
Because I'll tell you what, I won't come on stage next time. I'll stay off stage.
Well, that's up to you. Or maybe they will come on and talk to you. Tell it to L did.
Yeah, come on stage and talk to me. That's cool.
You have talked to several people. You talked to one made nut and Q's Bill.
Yeah, Bill was cool. Leslie was cool. I think those are the ones that I've talked to so far.
Yeah, and Eddie, one made nut.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a trip. He said he's gonna come on by himself. He's not fooling with you no more, Davino.
No, he's not fooling me because he hasn't shown up yet.
Yeah,
so.
he was here last week, but he just didn't get on the stage.
I need to get on the stage. It's just that just grab the mic and jump up, right?
Yeah, well, they will, but we enjoy hearing from you.
That's all good. It's a pleasure always speaking with you. It really is.
Yeah, we like your point of view. We love your Italian accent, everything.
I can't change that.
You have a very positive vibe. It's very strong. And so,
I appreciate that. A lot of when I've gone one time to have a reading done, lady said to me, "You have such a what did she tell me? A very strong." Oh God, I can't remember what she told me, but she said it's very powerful. I don't know what it was, but
yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, what are you trying to tell me? And that she said, I didn't get the whole thing, but yeah, it was so the reading wasn't very long. It was kind of short. But that's why I said about going into that house. You know, I know
Yeah.
it's boarded up, and I would love to walk in even by myself, or walking with my corgis,
Yeah.
because they could actually tell you what actually probably happened in that house, because
Yeah.
they see everything. They see spirits.
Right.
But I
Yeah.
think if I walked in there, I could actually. I'm not saying I could be like a clairvoyant, but in a way where I could almost see almost kind of like what did transpire.
Yeah. And it's
It
not
could-
so much.
yeah,
It's not so much being clairvoyant. You could just have a spirit of discernment.
I do. And you know, I was born with something like this. Premonitions I can sense before, you know, of course, but I've saved a lot of people's lives from getting in situations that they listen to me. But
Uh-oh.
something like that would be very deep. It would be scary at the same time, creepy,
Uh-oh.
fascinating, but curious, you know, to say the least. And I would just have to know, you know, if that, as sick as that may sound, but
Yeah. Well, here's a comment. Kelly Dean said, Divino agent provocateur.
what she said?
She said, agent provocateur. What you Well,
No, because I mean, you know, like I don't know. If I was in the house, I mean, I would probably and don't call me Pazzo here, like, you know, don't call me
no, I'm
crazy,
the
but
same way. I
I
could go
would
in
just
there and pick
I
up
could
stuff.
sense the souls, and they may be restless. You know what I mean? Until
Right.
this is solved,
Yeah.
then those souls will be at rest,
Right.
even though they. I don't know if I believe in spirit boxes. Sometimes to me that stuff is I don't know, but
Yeah.
I just think that if that is once it's solved, I think then those souls will finally rest
Right.
because they didn't want to leave. It wasn't their time.
Right. It wasn't their time. You're right now.
So in that case like that, that's what I'm saying. If I was in there, I don't know. I'm not saying I could probably almost hear what happened. You know, you remember what happened in Orlando, Florida, when they had the pulse killings?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was down there. Oh God, a couple months after it happened, and I was
Right.
down near Orange Avenue, and when I was at the light, I could almost hear like, call me crazy, I could almost hear the screams coming through from the place itself.
Mm-hmm.
And like
Wow.
I didn't know what happened. Like I didn't know what I wasn't there, but that's what I felt, and it wasn't a good feeling. It was a real evil feeling,
Right.
you know. But I could hear a
Wow,
lot of laughter,
wow.
at the same time. My brother, I said, "We got to." I blew the light, so we gotta get the hell out of here. You okay? I said, "No." And then once we got down like to the next light, I said, "Yeah, I think I'm okay now." So
What about
yeah.
you said Orange Avenue? You were going you on the north or the south end of 50 Colonial Drive?
No, it was down. It was God, I can't remember. It was something orange. It was orange. I think it was the northern part, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it was south.
Okay, yeah, it could be anywhere in Orlando, but
Because
Orange
the
Avenue
post
runs a
Post is
long
on the
way.
corner. Yeah, Post is on the corner of. It's over there by Oh God, that nice the other section they have with all those townhouses or something. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah,
I don't live in Orlando, but
it's all right.
but
Orange Avenue
I'm
runs
like an
a long way.
hour and 40 minutes from Orlando. So but yeah, it was a creepy feeling. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
I had to get out of there. That's all I could tell you.
Yeah.
And that was really creepy.
Okay. Tetra 5578 said maybe Brian Koberger should represent himself.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about before. Like this could turn into a Ted Bundy.
Do you think he should?
Well, where this is going right now, that might be his best defense.
Yeah.
Due to the fact he might know more than she knows. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was a professor's assistant, I mean, that's going to say something right there.
Right. Yeah.
Don't just pick anybody to do that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, he should know more because he got the street side and the book side.
Yeah.
You know, he should know more. But
The street side.
I'm saying if a person has lived some part of their life out
Oh yeah,
on the
yeah,
street, and then they come over on this side and work corporate area, and you know,
right,
move up in education, they
right,
have an advantage because a lot of people at that university never even been to jail. That professors or whatever, they
yeah,
never uh, been exposed to quote unquote the street.
of
They
course,
from
yeah,
well-to-do families, and they went to prestigious colleges and started their career like that. They didn't have the opportunity to get out there and be strung out. You know what I'm saying? While their parents
yeah,
at work, and all that right there. It was none of
yeah,
that.
yeah,
But he has that background, so he should be one up on somebody that just went to law school and they never been arrested.
yeah. You would think so. And if he represents himself, he's gonna come in pretty quite confident on that one.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's even gonna get that far. I really don't, because I think every dog has his day, and when you get to the
Yep,
place where you don't want to humble yourself. Anybody that's locked up, they need to have a good relationship with the Lord. You can't afford to be in there and
yep,
you're not praying and asking for forgiveness for what you have done and asking for some grace and mercy. You know,
right,
you can't be walking around like a stud and you acting like you got this one in the bag or so what, the middle finger. You can't do that. And then
yeah,
turn around and try to get help from the Holy Spirit, because that's not how that works.
right,
And then why wouldn't you humble yourself? The only reason you can't go to God is if you did it. If you
right.
did it, you might not feel like you can go to God and say, let me out of here, give me another chance. Because when you did it, you wasn't supposed to do it. Because your mom and daddy over there saying they're praying for the victim. So they know the Lord. They claiming him. So you know him too. And if you done that, you can't go to God, because before you did it, it was roadblocks telling you shouldn't. And you did it anyway. You can't go to God. And you know that.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, you killed 4 young people. The Bible is very clear about children. He said, touch not the least of these. There'll be a millstone around your neck. And as far as I'm concerned, 20 years old, that's still a child.
It is.
They still was
And
in school.
yeah,
Yeah. You
it
can't
just blows my mind how calm these families are. I just don't get it.
do that now.
It just blows my mind how calm these families are. They're just sitting back, and I don't know. It almost seems like the SG families, or maybe what you call it, X's families, maybe looking into, but other ones they don't even care about it.
Right, right. Well, here's the
Why
one.
would you know? Yeah.
Here's one from Cindy Abbott Titdorf. It says, I am sure BK is getting counseling in there. That's what I did for a living. I work with young men facing life in prison.
Wow, interesting. Well,
Well, he getting some counseling, all right. It's working too good for him to be coming.
maybe he can give him some counseling. There you go.
Well, he's supposed to be counseling other people.
We can counsel BK too. You can just tell him right. Send him an email, or write him a letter. Say, hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up? What's up?
Joint, I'm here to listen to you.
Yeah. Well, I
Whatever.
tell you what, the truth is gonna come out. People always say, we're never gonna know what's happening. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Because it don't take long for you to get the vibe, to pick up the vibe for something. And all we need is probably another 30 days. And our suspicions either gonna be correct or they're gonna fall to the wayside, because there ain't no weight to them no more.
Right.
That's what's been happening with all of the evidence, if you ask me.
True.
And so while everybody been saying you should be making the videos about Linda Lane, well, they're digging in 1122 King Road right now, and so I feel like I should have taken my eyes off of it, and I didn't, because I know that's the crime scene.
In other words, right? Nobody was unalive outside of that house and carried back. It all
No,
took place inside.
no, I never believed that. No,
Right.
I never believed that because the first rule of business is keep it simple, stupid. And it
Yep.
seemed like
That's it.
they
Kiss.
went
Yep.
in, they went in and dogged out 4 people and went on in the wind, and for a while they didn't have anybody. And so
Right.
now we have a suspect, but we still don't have the full truth. So they got in there and bang, 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 and out of there. And that's how you're supposed to do it. All this dragging people from other houses and backdooring and all that. Nah, because nobody want to be caught committing a mass murder. Nobody, unless you just
Well,
crazy.
yeah. How close was the frat house to that house? It was right
Very
across the street, wasn't it?
walking distance. It's
Yeah.
walking distance.
So the direction those people were walking that night in the background when they were busting those street and that field, was that going to the direction towards the house or was it coming from the house?
Coming
I
from
mean,
the
as far as
house.
the frat house.
Okay, the ones in the field with open container,
Yeah.
it seemed like they were coming from the direction of the frat house, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Now,
That's
how about the people? Right. How about the people in the back? The ones that are like those 5 or 6 figures that are walking in the background.
they
Remember?
were coming from 1122 King Road. That's
Interesting, huh?
they were coming. They were just a few yards away from 1122 King Road.
Now that's interesting.
Their back was to the house.
Exactly.
That's another reason why. I just know that's the crime scene because you don't want to get. What if you got 2 bodies in your car on the way to take them somewhere else, or in your truck, and you get a flat tire?
Flat tire. The smell of that car would be unbearable.
Oh, I didn't even think about that because I just know
The smell. Fresh blood. Like I said this before. Fresh blood. It's sulfur. It's like rotten eggs.
it's loud.
It's sticky. It's slippery. It's
Yeah,
messy. It's everywhere.
yeah, and you can't get it all up. I don't care.
My friend took his life in front of me. I'm not going to go into details, but it's like nothing what you see in the movies.
Oh,
And
I'm sorry you went through that.
it's everywhere. Everywhere you could ever imagine you would think something would be, it's there. So there's just no way.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
yeah.
I'm sorry you
That's,
went through that.
no, it's a long time ago. Yeah. It had nothing. It's just he had issues with a girl. It's a shame. But thank you. But yeah, yeah. It's I can't even describe how messy it is. It's unreal. That's all I could say.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that you'd see in the movies has nothing to do with when it happens in real life.
Right.
It is everywhere.
Yeah, well, you can see some real crime scene photos and see just how uncontrollable and disgusting it is when somebody's, unalive like that.
If you go back and look at some of Jack the Ripper's photos of his victims, that's basically what this was like.
Yeah.
So you can imagine what the scene looks like in that house, because if that was one room and was that bad,
yeah.
I mean, can you imagine what that house looked like?
I can imagine what it looked like just from the fact that there's blood leaking from Xana's bedroom wall.
Now, is that really blood, or was that paint, or was that really blood?
No, that wasn't there before the murders.
Those boards had to be so loose or something like that for that to seep through. But regardless, that just shows you how brutal those killings were.
Right, and the foundation probably ain't even tight over there on that house. It's tricky. But I looked at photos of the house before the murders, and those stains weren't there.
Wow.
I made a video about that too, but I'm losing count. I don't even.
That's creepy. Yeah.
Organizing them so I can find stuff. But yeah, that wasn't there before the murder. So all these people saying it's not blood. Well, what is it then? Because I've shown that it wasn't there. I've shown a picture of it where it wasn't there before the murder.
Yeah.
you know. So no, and then it looked fresh. You could tell by the color, Some
It
of it
did.
was
Yeah.
away with
It did.
snow and everything. It would have been, warm. Most of it would have been washed away almost.
Washed away, or a bit more like a tannish into the red or something if it was
Yeah,
dried up. Or
a little bit. No,
yeah.
that lets you know how bad it was. And whoever
Yeah.
did it, they're gonna pay. They're gonna pay one way or the other.
Whoever did this, yeah. Well, yeah. Hopefully they will. I mean, it'll happen, but that's it. Hopefully, something's going to come out where this is all going to. But I'm wondering if this thing is going to be. Forgive me for saying, so stupid how this even happened, or was this really that orchestrated, premeditated to the point where it was carried out this way? But I think that's what it was.
I believe that's what it was. I believe that's what it had to be, for the simple fact that the way it happened, they did exactly what they wanted to do and came out of there. And for a while, we didn't have any suspects at all. Remember that Mr. G was calling them cowards and telling them, they're
Yeah.
clearing people too fast and whatever.
Yeah.
So 4 people down, and they didn't have a clue. So
I think you're right. I think they might have all came out the front door, because that wouldn't make sense. And also, this thing could have gone on all morning.
right. That's what I'm
This could have
saying.
gone from a time like maybe 2:45 or something,
Till 8.
all the way through. And I could tell you, they could have been tied. I mean, they could have been bound and whatever. And things are being done to them
Yeah.
from time to time until they eventually just,
Yeah. Yeah. It probably molested them first, and then
yeah,
violence,
something happened in that. Yeah.
pulling them down. If it's multiple people, it's no telling.
They
But
could have did something even to Ethan. Who knows? You don't know.
they probably got. That's what I said. Yeah, it could have been Ethan too. Now I know of a case where the guys went in and they raped the girl and the guy.
Yep. And now I don't know if there was dogs using this, but if dogs were using it, heck could explain a lot of blood too.
Yeah.
But I don't think I mean, I just think that the weapons were used, what Leslie said, and one of them definitely started with an M, and maybe one even started with an A. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because from the injuries, what was described, those two type of weapons could have easily done that.
Right.
And the other part that was crushed could have been the G part, could have easily done that.
What you mean the G part?
The club.
Oh.
Yeah. Because there was like two missing from his bag or something. Well,
yeah,
that could have easily done that.
Yeah, it could have been, but that means they had to take the golf clubs with them, right?
No, they didn't. Did they? Wasn't his bag missing?
The ones that's missing, yeah, they had to take them.
So then they did use them, yeah. So I think whatever used it on her was they used a driver, and they just, if you watch someone hit a golf ball off a tee, you know how powerful it is. Just imagine, coming down on someone's face.
So then they had to be. So imagine in a little small sedan like an Elantra, 4 people with golf clubs in the car with them. I don't know about that one, unless they use them and wipe them off.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's probably why if they took that, because I thought his clubs were missing. That they said. So if his bags and clubs were missing, well, there you go, right there.
Well, this is the way I see it. If it was premeditated, and I believe it was, believe it was organized down to the timing. Whoever was home was going to get it. And I think that the level of organization for the crime was so high that they wouldn't have gone to that house having to depend on having to use a weapon that's there in the house. I believe they brought whatever they were going to use.
Oh, they did. They brought everything with them, with 100%. And like I said, whoever did this, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing.
And with pleasure, enjoyment. Because the more they made them suffer, the more happier they became.
Okay, well, they've done it before. I mean, I believe these are people kill people that they just killers. That was their job. That was a job.
Yep. No
Did the
remorse.
job and got paid.
That's it. No remorse. They don't care. Next.
Okay, Blah said Brian takes a deal and I'm done with him.
There you go. Good call. Good call, buddy.
Well, that's a possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a plea deal.
Well, if he takes a deal and he pleads right up, then you know it. He's part of it right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people might say that about waiving the speedy trial. We're gonna sit there and let somebody have them doing all this time.
True.
It's just getting longer and longer. Whatever evidence or whatever defense I got for myself, we're gonna just have to go to trial and try it out. Because either way, I could be found guilty in a month. I can be found guilty in 5 years. What's the difference? You're still being found guilty.
Yeah, I don't know this. Yeah,
I'd rather find out now and go ahead and start my appeal process.
I mean, the wool could have been pulled over our eyes many times over. We just too blind to say it.
Yeah,
that's a possibility.
I think we don't want to believe what we see. That's what I believe.
That's very true.
Sometimes we see stuff and then we don't want to see it. We don't want to, accept that it could be like that, or that somebody.
Well, you want to believe that it could be like that, but that's where it. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me grab my charger.
The reality comes as your fantasy. Your fantasy becomes your reality.
Right.
Let there be light. Let me see here. But yeah, it's something like that.
Well, I'm just.
Let there be light.
I'm just buying my time because I know that the truth is gonna come out. It's probably some already out, and people don't want to accept it.
Very true. But it definitely will come out.
You know what that reminds me of when you start singing like that. That movie Grease Lightning with John Travolta.
Yeah, Grease. Yeah, when he at the end and Chandler, he sings Chandler the Drive. He's like, yeah, at the end. Oh, Sandy. Yeah.
You shut up.
We'll do a shout out to Sandy, please. Oh, Sandy.
Yeah, John Travolta with them.
Oh, I could do. Yeah, they do little Frankie Valley in the Four Seasons.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
I like the one that played I can't remember. It's Robert De Niro played the gangster in this one. I think
you're talking in Goodfellas.
A Bronx Story.
Bronx. Yeah, that was based on his father's life. Yeah. Man. Yeah, he was Lorenzo. He had Cologino, his son. Yeah. That was a good movie.
Yeah. I like all of the.
But I'm gonna tell you, the best movie to watch. That's as close. I mean, it's spot on the money. That's as close with when that Underworld took place back in the 80s and the 90s and all that. Especially in the 80s, was the movie Gotti, and Armand Assante portrayed him. It's excellent.
I don't know if I saw that, but I'm.
Well, you gotta watch it because you really get an understanding what it was like, but not so like because a lot of movies today they just it's overdone, and I'm not gonna go into detail, but things are just too overdone. And that movie, if you watch that pretty much is spot on the money. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you. So you get a chance to watch it, check it out. There you go.
I'm going to tell you the best Italian gangster movie.
Italian? Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to tell you. It's Casino.
Yeah, the Casino, yeah. It was based on the on the Flamingo.
Robert De Niro and
Sharon Stone, Joe Pesci.
That's what, man, that's great. They said, what is he doing over there?
Yep.
Is he going with this man's wife?
Yeah, well, it really was. It's a true story, basically, because I mean, some of it was a little, but I mean, yeah, it kind of gone down like that. But see, back then, everybody, like you said, everybody knew who you were. They knew what you played. They knew what you drank.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's
then
how you know what's going on with the stuff. If you watch those Italian
there
gangsters,
you go.
I mean, that's how you know
Yeah,
how things roll. You can watch the
yeah,
real
yeah, like
Hollywood ones.
yeah.
They all have the same type of
Well, we
script.
used to go to AC all the time, and and we go down there. People know they knew everybody. Just by friends and stuff. Hey, what's going on? You down for the weekend? Oh, cool. We have to get together, and yeah, this and that, and it's not like that anymore. That today.
Right, right. Why you
Just
say it's not like that now? It's some
well, I
people
mean,
do
AC's
get
changed.
jealous.
AC is not what it used to be no more. I don't know. I don't know. It just everybody just like it was like a family. Today, it's just all. I don't know. It's more commercialized, I think, or something.
Yeah, yeah, it is more commercialized. But I'm gonna tell you something that has been going on YouTube. A lot of these used to be gangsters are getting on, telling about their escapades and telling you about the game,
Right?
like on
Yeah.
talk
Like
shows.
Michael Franzese. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
getting on.
Yeah. Michael's father, Sonny. Yeah. He was. Yeah. Was Michael was up there, and yeah. But Michael shouldn't be doing that. To tell you the truth.
I see some of them on Vlad.
I know. I talked to my uncle about that. He said, yeah, he shouldn't be talking like this because even Sammy, they had a big controversy, those two going at it about, oh, well, I did this and you did this and with the gas and I did this and all these guys I took out. And he was just like, look, you shouldn't be talking like this in the first place because
Right.
it is very disrespectful you know, to the family. And second of all, you took an oath, you know, and that's what that means. I'm not going to get into all that, but you shouldn't be talking like that. I kind of find that very disrespectful. I really do.
Well, they're doing
Um,
it. A lot of them doing
they
it.
need
John
they need to stop
Michael,
doing it.
they
No, that's
pay
just
them.
wrong.
They
Yeah.
get paid to appear on there.
Well, I think the reason why they're doing it because all those guys are no longer on this earth. But if I assure you, if these guys they were on this earth, I don't think they would be saying that.
Yeah, but even if the person's not alive anymore, it's still snitching if you're telling somebody.
It
You know,
is. It is. That's what I'm saying. They're still an RAT. And they say they don't know what that is. No, you're talking like that. Yeah, you are. Okay.
yeah,
I mean, these are things that you should be taking to your grave. You
right.
don't talk about this stuff. If you
Yeah,
didn't talk about it then, why the hell should you be talking about it now? You know what I mean?
for a paycheck and to try to feel popular again, I guess.
Well, I asked my uncle, and I talked to him about that. He said if he were alive over here saying that, he wouldn't be saying that. I said, yeah, that's what I figured. So it's just like you can say whatever you want on video and all that, but once you go out to the neighborhood and say that, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, why would
I
you?
am sure you wouldn't be talking like that. I could promise you that.
Why would you even be on social media or
I don't know why. Michael. He wrote a book and everything like that, and but he shouldn't really be even saying any of this stuff. Like when Sammy did an interview, it was just like, one on one, and he didn't really say a lot here, and he did, but not in great detail. Michael's like going in the whole thing. He just shut his mouth.
Yeah.
I just think he's being very disrespectful to, just to the Italian society itself. That's my opinion.
Well,
Sorry, it's the truth.
that's
Mhm.
every day. It used to be that you didn't hear about the personal business like that unless
I
you
know.
a family member or maybe.
Yeah, when you take that oath, with Omerta, I mean, basically, that's what it is, and it's just silent. But he shouldn't be talking like that today because these are things he's telling it that took place back then.
Right.
I mean, I've got buddies of mine that your ex vets, they don't even tell about their things that they did. You know what I mean?
Well, Bill.
And you got this, Pagliacci, buffoon or clown on television boasting about everything, and he shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. Well, people are paying money now, and so
Yeah.
that as bad as the economy gets, the more people get out there and talk and tell stuff they usually probably ordinarily wouldn't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I guess times have changed. People have changed. That's the best way to pretty much to answer that.
things getting worse.
Yeah, but they also it's all about the money too.
Less
You know, back
moral.
then it was all about the pride and the respect, but it ain't about respect. It's not about respect today.
No, not unless you on a higher level. Whoever you're dealing with is on a higher level. Because I'm telling you, people doing some low down stuff. I
Yeah.
know I've been people do low down stuff to you at church,
Yeah.
and I'm just, I mean, how do you do that?
Because they don't have a heart.
Playing around with the Bible, you ask me.
Well, in a way, that's definitely someone who's acting right there.
You know, it's the end of the world coming soon when people in the church doing dirt. And they know that the people that they're doing it to know that they represent the church. They're still doing it. And these
Yeah,
churches getting so much money. You know, they on YouTube getting views. It's not just passing the plate no more. And so if it wasn't a business before, it's a business now.
you're talking like the building fund.
Shoot, matter of fact, I have built some YouTube channels for churches, and they glad to get them.
Yeah, but at least the building fund. I mean, it was they did good with it. But today, I guess you can call it a slush. I'm just saying, but whatever. I mean, it's just who knows where that goes.
Some of the building funds that I know about been going on for decades.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some have actually helped repair the parking lots and things like that, and um, but you know what I mean. Like, okay,
But
there's a big party at so and so's house this weekend. Wow, who cared this? Man, this must have cost a fortune. You know?
Listen, I tell you what,
Yeah,
the most raggedy representation that somebody can give is to just be abusive for no reason.
yeah,
So just tell me you had a reason for what you did. A motive is everything. But if you didn't have a reason and you just went in and did something that's shiesty or ratchet or whatever they call it now,
yeah,
I don't have no love for that.
yeah. The church by me, St. Brennan's that I go to, and sometimes I help out. With people that they come and they need food and stuff like that. But a couple weeks ago, this person actually had the audacity to roll up in a Benz and stand in line. I'm not kidding. And he was trying to get food, and I'm looking at him, and then Vince is looking at him. We're like, okay, this is not making sense. It's like $100,000 car out there. He's standing like he's got a Rolex on, and I'm like, okay, this is just bizarre. But it all goes back to what you're saying. This guy was shady, and then they called the cops, and because this guy was unreal. Well, what he was
Yeah,
doing,
he
he
was
was
homeless.
yeah, well,
It's a lot of people
he
that
was
go.
church hopping. Yeah, it's exactly what he was doing. But when they got into his car and they popped his trunk, oh my god! All I got to say to that,
You can't you can't be sure though, because sometimes you can have a luxury car and be on hard times. I know I've been there. I've
well,
been there.
yeah, it just was a little odd. He's coming in with a real nice outfit on, and it's like this something's just didn't set right in that scene.
Right?
So I thought, well, we could maybe give him the benefit of the doubt, but then Vince is looking at him like, because what do you think? I said, I don't know, man. It's your call on this one. I said, but you know kind of where I'm going with it, and I'm not saying nothing. And he's like, yeah, something's not right here. And I guess I know what escalated him to call the 5-0, but probably good thing that they did call him because they found a lot of interesting things in this car.
I
So,
don't think it's his car.
well, whatever it was, I wasn't out to be a spectator, if you know what I mean.
Right?
I
Right.
my car was in the back, and I got out the back, and I just drove out the back, so I never knew what happened in the front.
So what do you think you're gonna be doing with yourself in 10 years?
10 years?
Yeah.
Um, wow. People usually ask you like 5 years, not 10 years.
Well, I mean 10.
I don't know. I probably well, I miss traveling a lot, but I don't
Traveling
know.
far?
I miss traveling a lot. I miss just traveling but I still have my dog, so it's kind of hard to do that right now. But I don't know. I don't know. I probably would get back into real estate or something, and probably looking to maybe do some investing. Um, you know, flip, buy, sell.
Okay.
And not only that, like, well, I think the biggest thing that I really want to do is just get into philanthropy and to help people that really, really need the help, and
You
they can
mean
spread that word on to others. Huh?
you mean philanthropy or the nonprofit? The profitable
No,
nonprofit.
I would probably get more into philanthropy. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think if you can really do good and help right people that really need it the most and really appreciate it, makes you feel good about yourself.
All right. So who you gonna help? You gonna start an outreach?
Yeah, not so much, not this year because we're coming to the in December, but maybe looking into something to do next year.
Well, how long it take to do something like that?
Well, I talked to a buddy of mine. We'd have to figure stuff like who would be good candidates for that, and who would you got to do some. You definitely have to do your due diligence. But
Right.
he knows a lot of people, and we could talk to a lot of different organizations and that, and try to help out anybody that we could. The main thing is that if you're helping out people, you want to make sure that the people you're really helping, they're really in those predicaments, and not trying to like con people. You know what I mean?
Well, how can you tell?
Well, that's usually from getting speaking to the right people, and then hoping that they know more about the person than we do.
You'll be terrible at that because as soon as somebody come looking like they got some money, you'll think they got some money and they might be homeless, Davino.
I know that's what we're saying. It's like hiding behind the mask. So I know we have to do a lot of research on that. But I think we probably would find a good, probably find some good outreaches or something like that. We could definitely help.
Yeah, you can't open up the outreach and then don't even
Right.
want to help the people. Saying you don't scared that they don't need the help. You can't do that.
No one's saying that. But we're saying that the ones that
Somebody get a bag of groceries.
we think that we'll make sure we have people that would meet qualifications that would definitely, and their background would be checked out, make sure everything is legit. Because today, I mean, people are good at what they do. So
there's no defense against freeloaders.
Exactly.
You might as well find another kind of outreach because.
Well, I don't know actually what I really don't know what the outreach would be. That's what I'm saying right now. It has been discussed, but it hasn't been 100% confirmed either. So, but it's something that's on the back burner too. Like I do a lot of I do a lot of appraisals with my buddy and stuff like that on the side. Plus, I help businesses restructure their loans,
right.
big loans and not small loans, and they got.
It don't matter whether it's a big loan or a small loan.
Well, these are businesses like basically from the
have to know the same thing. You still have to know something to do with a small loan.
Right, like today, this guy had like a $600,000 loan, and basically he was in a bind. And I guess he got, I don't know what's the word. I guess he thought his business would do a lot better than what he expected, and he was hurting bad. So rather than having all these companies coming after him and stuff like that, we had to figure a way how to try to help him. So we were able to get I was able to get his payments reduced like 75%. I said to him, "Are you sure you're gonna be able to make these payments?" You know what I mean? Because once this is done, don't say you're gonna make them and you don't make them. Then you're gonna have a COJ or something like that coming on you, and then you don't want that as a judgment. Then you're screwed because everything is just they're gonna take over everything, and there's my hands are tied on that. Then he thought about it. He's like, I don't know if I should do this. I'm like, well, I can't make you do it. I can lead a horse to the water. I just can't make him drink. That's your choice. Okay.
Well, who came to who for help?
Well, he came to me. But the thing is, I said to him, I go, okay, so that, but then he said, well, you think I should borrow more money? I said, no, that would be the worst thing you could do because you're going to dig yourself deeper in the hole. I mean, this is how people think.
No, that's how they talk.
You want to talk about a shortcut? What's that? What's that?
That's how they talk.
Well, they talk, but it's definitely a shortcut to thinking. I'm seriously, because I don't know where their brain is.
It should be anyway.
I said, like, really? You want to borrow more money? You think that's going to be the solution? It just to me, it makes no sense to reduce your. No, it's the worst thing.
That's the perfect solution if you don't plan to pay it back. If somebody has no intention of paying it back, a loan always sounds great.
Yeah, but then until the terms come out, then you got to be paying, like, some of these loans are like 100%. They have 150%.
Yeah, but some people, they don't intend to pay it when they even take it out.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I think, well, then again, maybe at the time, I don't know. I mean, let's see, whatever looks good on paper doesn't mean it's always correct. You know what I mean? So.
You know it's not correct.
No, like, evidently it's not. So we try to help them any way we can, but they're not screwing me over. They're only screwing themselves over. So I'm just trying to keep these lenders off their backs and prevent from any, for them going after them or harassing them or, legal action or, litigation, anything like that. So that's exactly, what I do. And it can get messy sometimes too, because I don't like really speaking in terms, only if I really have to. But sometimes,
isn't it different for you as far as being an underwriter and you just, you helped originate the loan, and then somebody over here is just changing the terms.
Yeah.
So do you? I mean, when you change the terms,
they
don't make those payments. That's messing you up, isn't it?
No, it's not messing me up. It's messing them up.
It's
because
messing,
I mean. They're gonna pay us a fee, so they're not. Right. So we're negotiating with the lenders basically to say, listen, hey, here's what's going on here. We're gonna restructure everything, and these are the terms, and then we'll reissue a new contract. So usually. I'm good at negotiating with people. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And so but if they screw us over, they're only screwing themselves. Because we're not their lender. You follow what I'm saying? We're just restructuring the loans to work with the lenders.
So
that's all.
Let me ask it to you like this then.
Go ahead.
Do you have some say so over whether you restructure the loan or not, or they just give them to you and you do them no question asked?
No, I have a say as far as, like, in the payments and things like that, and what they can do. But I make it clear to them.
Do you have a say in whether or not they get to restructure?
Yes, I do. Okay. But the problem with that is they don't understand if they don't comply with these payments. Well, then they got a problem. Because everything can be just taken away, and pretty much there goes their whole life right down the tubes.
Well, most people that's got stuff so deep in like that, it's nothing to take. That's another reason why they don't mind taking out these loans.
Well, that just, like I said, just because they're saying everything doesn't mean everything is is all there. You know what I mean?
Because if they had something worth taking, they probably wouldn't need a loan.
Yeah, but there's also hidden doorways too, if you get my drift. So. That we could find out later on and say, like, wait, what is this? And I've had those discussions before with people and things like that, but they act like they're real smart and they're not too smart, to tell you the truth. So, but don't get me wrong, some of them are smart.
Don't try to clean it up.
And they've done this before.
Don't try to clean it up.
With it. Huh?
Don't try to clean it up.
I definitely clean it up. The problem is that if they make a mess, guess what? Then they're left in the garbage themselves, and they can dig themselves out. I'll do it one time. That's it. I'm not restructuring them again. So that's it.
I'm
There
talking
is no,
about.
there are no second chances, huh?
I'm talking about when you said they think they're smart, but they're not smart. Then you turn around and say some of them are smart. It's like you cleaned it up.
I'm not. It's not cleaning it up. I'm just saying that they evidently they've done it before. So you find this out later on. That's why I said there's hidden doors. You get my
Yeah,
drift. When you speak to me, you gotta read between the lines because I don't say everything right out front. You gotta like read in between. Does that make sense?
I guess sometimes
That's where I come from. So we don't say it directly. We just say it. You gotta read in between. So
you blab out stuff, Davino. You do.
I do not. I
You
really
will
don't.
blab out some stuff.
If someone would understand it, but most of them don't. So that's why I can.
I got you
Huh?
on video blabbing.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying you'll say something like you'll have a thought or an epiphany or something, and you'll just come right out with it right then and there
Yeah, but it's
in real
nothing that's
time.
it's nothing that has anything to do with, like, as far as detrimental with my family. It just has just things like, yeah, that's different. But
Okay,
I'm not going to
something
say
doesn't
something
matter.
like I'm not going to. Well, it does because I'm not going to say something like that idiot on YouTube and start talking like that. That's just ridiculous. In my opinion, he should just be like a golf tee put in the ground.
Which one? There's so many.
No, I'm being so truthful on that one.
Well, be
That's what I'm
nice
going to say. I am being nice. That is me being nice. But I'm just being honest. I mean, you don't say things like that. It's just that simple. You know?
Yeah.
I just find it very disrespectful. I really do. I'm sorry, but to the Italians, that's a no-no. Okay? And to that, and then the tua familia, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
So there you go. Well, look, I got to get going here. I've got some work to do. It's always a pleasure speaking with you.
Right. Well, remember,
And
I'm not gonna be online the next 3 days now. So
that's okay. I'm not waiting for you to pop online. That's okay.
I didn't say you were. I said
I have a life. No, it's all good. But I'm sure you'll be on next Thursday, right?
Yeah, what I mean is, like, I usually put out a video on Saturday for sure.
It's cool. No, you have a life too. You have, you post it, it's all good. No worries.
Okay. All right.
It's
Well,
all good.
everybody's everything. I think we got about 10 people left in here right now.
They're still in there. I thought they all gone to sleep.
No, I got
I don't really pay attention to what people say in the chat when I'm on the stage talking to everybody. To me, what they say, that it doesn't matter, and no disrespect.
Don't say that. It does matter. It's different perspectives.
Yeah, but I don't look at that. I just say, what comes to mind. I don't know. I'm just gonna say this. If you're in the chat, you should be able to, and you're voicing your opinion, you should come on stage. That's all I'm gonna say. So just that.
Don't be like that.
It's not being like that. It's where I come from. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's a matter of preference. It's a matter of preference.
Well, it is a matter of preference, but at the same time, I don't know. I just think that it's just, I don't know. If you can be in the chat and talk like that, you should be able to pop on the stage. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. That's all.
I will talk with you good people probably in the video comments at some point in time.
It's all good.
It was great talking to you all.
As always, it's always a pleasure.
To all, a good night.
You too. Sono di ora. Ciao.
Ciao.